There we go. Should be live now. Welcome everybody. It's the Cast of Game stream number 5 of this current patch of Wars of Liberty. Patch 1.1.3b to be exact. So let's get into sharing this stream with everybody so they can enjoy it. Yeah. So we got some good games this week actually. We got some ones from Jeff and Kap. And then this afternoon, because I want to be super courteous and everything, I decide, you know what? We better ping the server and make sure we get some extra padding, some extra games too from other people that want to do any late games, like last minute submissions. And it looks like we got about 4 of them. It was a total of 5 recordings, but supposedly one of them has me in it, so it might be an overlap. So I'll skip over that one. Thankfully, Bondar told us which one it was, so we know, okay, let's not include that on the list. We'll go over the other 14, though, which is good. So how are you doing today? Doing good? I'm looking forward to doing another Cast of Game stream. Should be really fun. Very interesting. Now, what's making me pretty excited lately is I'm actually going to get to cast some really cool special stuff for you going forward. Yeah, that is in Age of Empires 3. See, Rex has been working on that mod, for Age of Mythology Retold, where he's basically recreating the Age of Empire 2 Three Kingdoms DLC civs in Age of Mythology. And he actually got to do some multiplayer matches. And he's going to have me cast those up and stick them on my channel so he can spread awareness of his scenario-based mod. Yeah, so you'll get to hear a lot of information about how that mod works for me head-on, as well as see some general tips about Chinese in general. Yeah, it's good when I get that, because, as you know, we don't get a lot of opportunities to cast Age of Mythology stuff on my channel, so the fact that we got 3 functioning recordings, at least I hope they are, knock on wood, hopefully we don't have the same sort of out of sync stuff that we get in Definitive Edition 3, since it is the same engine, but hopefully not. But yeah, that should be a fun experience. And also, I don't know if I'm going to do it with the recording I currently got from KR Myth, or maybe another one. I will probably start doing commentaries on matches in the SDS racing scenario in Age of Empires 2. As long as people submit those to me. That way we can go over the races together, we can sort of, enjoy it as it's really supposed to be, which is almost like a sports-based spectacle, where people are competing in all those randomized races. Should be really fun. Big time. I mean, I don't know how it's going to look from the observer mode, if I should use the capture age or just the regular recording view, but should be fun either way. Yeah. Big time. As for some other news, there is a cool mod I want to try out for Definitive Edition 3 that Sagawai happened to show me on his channel, which is this cool new Swiss Civ mod, adding a new Swiss Civ to Definitive Edition. Yeah, I thought it looked pretty good. I saw like some new cards, new buildings. It didn't just look like, sort of stick a bunch of random proto units around that already exist and stuff. It actually looked quite good. So you'll see that from me probably tomorrow or Friday, depending on when I can get to it. Yeah, that should be really cool. Definitely look forward to that one. What else? Any other news from me? I'm trying to think now. Is there any other news for me to share? Nothing particularly yet besides the Age of Mythology thing, the Age of Empires 2 SDS racing bit, and the new mod for Definitive Edition 3 that I get to look at. Yeah. I'm kind of making sure I check out what's going on with the Age of Pirates mod, because I did see that cool photo they posted last week of a new sort of battleship. Looks like a Victorian-era battleship with, like, the steam engine and the turrets on it. Kind of similar to some of the boats we see in Wars of Liberty and the Great War Age, like the Dreadnoughts. So, figured out I'll be watching that pretty closely to see if we get a new map or something with that. Would be really neat. Big time. Because Sword of Age of Pirates has walked the line between showing a lot of early Age of Empires 3 stuff around the fall of the Aztecs to some very later stuff like, World War I things, basically, like Zeppelins and, dreadnoughts and tanks. So, yeah, quite a lot there to go over. It's sort of like the old Wars of Liberty before it got a lot of reworks, right? Back originally, before they made a lot of serious quality of life changes to Wars of Liberty, I think they were going to originally just add new civs and whatever and keep all the European civs untouched, Basically, you'd have British longbows fighting tanks and stuff in World War I, and that'd be interesting. It actually would be accurate, because if you recall, there was a British officer, I think he was an officer in World War II, that, used the longbow and a Scottish broadsword in battle against his enemies. So that would actually, not be the most outlandish thing you could think of. It actually has some historical context to it. So, yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Still sharing with some Discord servers here. Kind of can take my time a bit since we won't be downloading that many files today. Only about 14. If anybody wants to submit anything while the stream is going live, feel free to do it. We might have some time for it. I don't know how big these matches are going to be. I noticed that some of the recording files were over a megabyte, so they could potentially be hour-long games, but I don't know personally, Yeah, it's good to be on the safe side, though, so if they are pretty short games and they're only like 20-30 minutes a piece, you'll need to get me some bigger stacks of stuff if we want to go all the way to like midnight or whatever. Yeah, big time. But other than that, yeah, everything should be fun today. Trying to think of what other servers I need to share on. Potentially, maybe down here. It could be good. Not too many other ones. I'm through most of the stack already, which is good. Yeah. And did I tell you, last night was the first night in probably over a year, I got to go back to the Arena Discord server after my old account ended up getting, taken over by that scam hacker person. So that was good. Posted my first upload in probably over a year there. Maybe we can get some more subs from over there. That'd be good. If there is any new people, I can't quite recall if there's any new faces there or not. But, yeah, most of them looked pretty much the same from what I recall. Alright, chugging along here, which is good. Also, if you want me to keep doing stuff like balloons or PvZ heroes, you're probably going to have to send me some requests about that, because it seems like the viewership of that has really tanked. We only get 9 views on some of those videos, and I'd rather use my time to help do Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 3 and 2 stuff if the viewership's going to be that low on those other games. So if you really, really want me to, get some more PvZ Heroes decks in there and stuff and cards and everything, you'll have to send me some special requests for that. Otherwise, I'll do it, pretty seldomly, maybe every 2 or 3 weeks or something. I'll come back to it for fun. But, yeah, just thought I'd plop that out. Because we have to make sure that we keep some pretty good numbers of streams here, pretty much, yeah. Exactly. Let me see, are we missing anything? Almost through them all. I think we got about... How many more? Probably 3 more at most, yeah. Yeah, and then just these 2, right? Yeah, pretty much. That wasn't too bad, wasn't it? No, not at all. Okay, so we're done with that process now. Now we have to count out the recordings we got. You never know, somebody could have posted something while I was doing all that, so we have to check on that. Make sure we don't miss anybody. I'm also going to have to recheck which of those recordings I don't need to download from Bondar. Let's see here. So how many do we got again? I think it's 14, but I need to double check. Laggy. I was wondering what was going on there. Alright, so we got uno, dos, tres, cuatro from Kap. So Kap gave us about cuatro games, about 4. So we'll add all those into the stack. It's pretty good. Just make sure I got them all right. Yep, we got all 4 of them. And then from there, I am going to add in about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 10 total from Jeff. So 4 plus 6 is obviously 6 plus 4 is obviously 10 there. So yeah, Kap plus Jeff ended up giving us about 10 games in total. Just making sure we don't have any dupes here. Sometimes I misclick on stuff. No, yep, I did a good job clicking there. And now we get on to the Bondar ones. He said the third one is it says the third one is one that I'm in, so I'm probably going to skip over that one. It's called Greek Power. If Jeff wants to do that one, or Alucard, because I heard Alucard wants to get into some casted games too, they can do that one. I just don't like repeating games where I might potentially either A, have it on my channel, or feel like, I'm obviously, because I usually only post stuff that looks good. It's very eye-catching. If I feel like my performance is kind of meh, or whatever, I usually hold back on it. So, if somebody else wants to cover that, they can, but I won't. Alright, and then we added in another 4 between Bondar and Cerbero, so that would, be 4 plus 6 plus 4, which would come down to 14. So we got about 14 games today. If you want to add in any more, you should check out the Rec Games channel in the Wars of Liberty multiplayer Discord server and add them. Or you could DM them to me as well if you want, If you don't have access to that server, feel free to DM me any recorded games that you got as well. I have people do that for me all the time for Definitive Edition and other games, so yeah, it's always an option for you. Just thought I'd point it out. Won't get mad or anything. I'll actually be happy to have the material to work with. Yeah, from what we can see here, we got a lot of diversity in terms of the file sizes here. Looks like some of the files are actually over 1.5 megabytes. So it could be some pretty big games here, depending on, if it's a 1v1, a team game. Yeah, it's definitely, if you see a huge file size on a 1v1, that means it's probably like either an hour or longer, which is pretty huge. Yeah. I think the biggest file sizes I've seen in these Wars of Liberty games is probably like something close to 2 megabytes, something like that. So we're going to have to see what actually we get tonight. Maybe these games are so long that we'll just make it all the way to like midnight or something on these, but who knows? We might be all set as it is. Alright, so let me paste those in there and then we can probably get started, right? Because it's getting a bit late. All that took me about 15 minutes to do. About 15. So, yeah. Alright. Let's get into some actual casting now. I'll check the chat first, obviously, if you want to comment on anything. Oh, yes, looks like Sagawai is here. Yes, Carlos. Of course. I'm going to do some casting today. Welcome aboard. Hopefully we can get some games in later this week, too. Just like we were talking about. That'd be great. Haven't played with you in quite a while, Sagawai. Since you seem to be getting some good expertise at that Swiss civ. Yeah, I want to learn myself as well, since Swiss was actually one of my most favorite civs in Napoleonic era, by the way, in the Legacy Age of Empires 3. I think I actually posted... Oh yeah, I did post that game on YouTube, but it had some weird glitch, right? Or I had some thing open in Discord or something where it was making noises, right? It was like... some weird noise like that, and I was like, whoa, what happened here? But the gameplay was so casual and fun, I was like, you know what? We'll keep it here. Yeah, I gotta get some good, authentic Swiss gameplay, though, without those weird type sounds on it. That'd be good. So what's this first game going to be called here on the server? First one is going to be called Autos versus Belgium. Alright, so we got two very solid A/S tier civs against each other there. So that one should be really informative for us to look at. Let me find that one. In nice big capital letters, too. Hence the name Cap. Cap does cap letters. Get it? Yeah. No, I don't think he did for that specific reason, but he just wanted to put the emphasis on, like, yeah, this is a really good match, and you should definitely check it out. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Alright, so what do we got here? We got Jeff playing as the Belgians, right? And then we got Cap up here playing as the Ottomans. Alright, so we got two European civs. Ottomans, obviously a legacy civ. Belgians is a new one that Wars of Liberty added. So what ends up happening in a Belgian versus Ottoman match is literally every trade socket on the map becomes like World War III, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much it. Because the thing is, you know, Ottomans love to take up that trade route. Every TP that they get means more powerful shipments arriving earlier, right? But at the same time, Belgium receives a lot of free trading posts via their frontier wagons, which is pretty good. Yeah, so looks like our first TP is over here. And we'll likely see other ones as well as Belgium starts to age up pretty much, which is pretty good. Yeah. So, yep, this is the first one over here. And likely we'll see this next one being built by Belgium later on. It all depends, though, on how fast Cap is, though, with his TP building. It's pretty normal for a Ottoman player to essentially build as many TPs as possible in the transition from age 1 to 2. Yeah, that's typically what they try to do, because, as I said before, Ottoman cards are very powerful, particularly the ones with Janissaries, Mamluks, Safahis, Abbas. The more shipments that they get, that really is their power spike to beat their opponent. In the case of Belgium, it's more so just having the trade route available, taking full advantage of it. Sometimes we do see the special trade route delivery option being used by Belgium, which essentially doesn't give you anything, but it adds a map-wide debuff to enemy villagers, so they gather less. Yeah, I've seen a few people use it lately, but it's something we don't see a whole lot of, because who wouldn't turn down a shipment, obviously? Just debuffing the enemy villages by, what is it, like 5-10% or something? Yeah, makes sense. So, yeah, let's check out these decks and figure out what they're actually going to mean for the match. So, Belgian deck is looking very greedy on the trade route. We got advanced trading posts. This one is particularly important for Belgium because it makes the trading posts very cheap. And also adds some pretty good HP to them as well. The one thing it really isn't so important for the Belgians is the range attack, because there's a card that actually overshadows the range attack on the trading posts, which is the fortified trading post card. Now, the fortified trading post card adds a bit of crush damage to the trading post, so it actually ends up acting like a little bit of a fort. Yeah, like if enemies try to siege the trading post right up against it, Those cannonballs will deal crush damage and some splash as well, which is pretty powerful. Yeah, it makes definitely a Jan Abyss push from the Almonds a lot trickier, because obviously as they're trying to fight their way down the trade route, they're going to start having to deal with direct crush damage, which is going to do a lot of damage for the Janissaries, and it's going to puncture the Pierce Armor of the Abyss as well. So we'll see if that ends up becoming a serious issue here for the Almonds or not. What is this treasure right here? 220 coin. And who is that going to? That is going to the Belgian Explorer. Now, that's a very powerful treasure right there. Could have a lot of impact on the early game. Yeah. Belgium is sort of a hybrid between, your average European civ with a pretty colorful roster of unique units. But they also have their own native units, too, from Africa that they can always train from a native embassy. So we're going to have to see, potentially, what that ends up doing in this match. Is that 220 coin going to actually go towards line infantry or grenadiers at all? It could make a pretty good number of them, actually, which could overall help the Belgians in their defense against the Ottomans. But we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see what ends up happening there. So Belgium is aging up with the Statesman. Statesman is kind of similar to the Governor General. You get an outpost and some crates of coin, obviously, from that. I wonder if the Ottomans would be doing the same thing. Yes, they are, so they're going for the exact same politician. It's a pretty powerful option because it really benefits you with flexibility, right? Obviously, that coin can be really crucial for a fast fortress, or it could go into early military, and then in the case of the outposts, you can either use it defensively, or you can use it as part of a forward base. Something tells me this is going to be part of a forward base, since we do see it heading out across the river on this map. Yep. If I recall correctly, I believe this might be... I don't know if this is a mega random map or some other map. Yeah, I noticed that the natives are Incas here. Maybe it's a non-mega random map, but I'm not 100% sure. Jeff ended up making a mega random maps set for Wars Liberty, which is pretty cool. So maybe it is. Alright, so looks like this is where the forward base will be. But it does look like Jeff will be building his TP right on top of this. But that's really bad, as you know, since obviously if this TP goes up, that fortified trading post cannon attack could go right on top of that forward base, which would be very obnoxious, obviously. So Kap is going to do everything he can to basically deny this trading post, including using his settlers' hand attack. I don't know if he can finish it now, because obviously the settler's going right on top of him and being as obstructionist as possible. Right, so yeah, it looks like the TP is almost done. And probably Kap's going to ship in some stuff right there. Oh boy, he just missed it. He just missed the mark there. Now, does Jeff try to go for it still, or what? Or does he just accept it and cope with it? I would try to build it out with, like, your settler here. Just run up there real quick, build it. It makes things much harder for Kap. It's one more thing that he has to deal with. And then you get, like, at least 1 or 2 deliveries from that trade route, which would be really good. Yeah, really good. Looks like the Ottoman is actually going towards an age 3, going as part of a fast fortress. Going up with the gunsmith. One thing to note, since there is an outpost here as part of that forward base, that means that those Abbas can come right out of here, right out of the gate, right in Jeff's territory, which is pretty serious. As you know, Abbas gunners are a very dangerous thing to deal with the Ottomans. Unlike other sort of skirmisher units, the Abbas have crush damage, right? So that crush damage obviously is really dangerous, since it not only melts your musketeer type units, but it also melts skirmishers, because most skirms, as you know, have lower HP values in pierce armor, which makes them very, very vulnerable to it. So we'll see here if those Abbas end up becoming a serious problem here in the early game for Jeff to deal with. Right, and obviously Kap did build a barracks here with that one settler. So there is Janissaries starting to queue up here as well. So we'll see this little stack of Janissaries grouping up with 4 Abyss Gunners there to go for a push down towards his base there. Do we see any sort of military from Geaf there at all? It looks like. Got 2 outposts here. The age up is about 1/3 of the way through. Going up with the City Planner. So the City Planner is more of a boom type age up. If you play a lot of Definitive Edition, it's basically a copy of that. Essentially, the age up gives you a covered wagon that you can build a second town center with. Obviously, you can put that way out on the map for really good map control. Or you could put it defensively here, ideally over in this spot, I would think, and make it harder for your opponent to go for a push, right? Because not only is there 2 big structures that they have to target, but of course those structures will be, raining down bullets on them from all the garrison villagers. So that's a really good defensive tactic you can use there to set up your defense. Yep, City Planner is almost done. It's probably more than 2/3 of the way done now. So we'll see that pretty soon. So what will Kap follow up with? So he's going to do the 8 Janissary card. We'll round out his anti-cavalry. And then he's going to add into falconets for siege and anti-infantry. Big stack of Jans like that with 2 falconets and a couple Abyss. That's a pretty dangerous army there that can basically hold their own pretty much. Unfortunately, the TC did come out of this sort of area here, so it's actually going to have to get out of this area really fast. Geaf has not decided what to do with it yet. He's going to try to put it away as far back as possible, since he really needs to buy himself some time here, right? Obviously, these 2 outposts in the front are going to make it much harder for Kap to come in here right now. And maybe Belgium can get some sort of shipment across to stop this advance. But who knows? Obviously, a town center is starting to fire on that force. These towers are starting to offer some sort of a ranged attack against that force as well. Yeah. And then we got a town center down here as well that's starting to develop. Yeah. Falconets are starting to blast apart these towers, though, so do be aware of that. Right. Yeah, it looks like those villas are starting to get completely battered up there, from the looks of it. Big time. Yep, that tower's down, that one as well. So, pretty intense, actually, yeah. And those falconets are going to start to creep their way in towards the TC. Very good. 1,000 coin coming in as well. Very nice indeed. That should really help out the Ottomans quite good. What is Geaf doing though? So Geaf is actually, he got his Mia Toulouse shipping in. These are basically Belgian Gatling guns. So these are going to be great against infantry. And then he's also shipping in about 9 or what it looks like 8 Force Publiques, right? Force Publiques are just skirmishers for regular purposes. One other property of these Force Publiques skirmishers is they actually have a built-in multiplier against native warriors. So if for whatever reason Kap wanted to build on one of those Inca sites, the Force Publiques would actually deal multiplier damage to them, becoming really dangerous for those Huamacas and also even dangerous for the Bolas warriors as well, which also count as natives. So we see a big stack up of skirmishers here with some Gatling guns from Belgium, the Mia Toulouse. I think honestly at this point Kap still has the upper advantage in terms of score, in terms of army size. He is the Ottomans after all, so he does get some other power cards he can send. He's got the Mamluks for 1,000 coin. He also has the 5 Safahis for 1,000 food. Of course, he also has some other backups like the Delis, the Abyss, the Cav Archers, even some of these smaller shipments back in Age 2. So really, Ottomans have a lot to gain here, particularly, right? And building on this TP would be an even better way of exploring that even further, right? Looks like Kap is going to make a move onto this trading post since it's a very easy target to get. It will deny Jeff some deliveries of XP, which, these shipments right now are very critical for Jeff. If he doesn't get those deliveries in time, he's not going to have a defense to deal with all this, right? I mean, I think personally the Falks should be really good against the Gatling-type artillery of the Belgians. I've sort of heard some sort of complaints about the Mio-Toulouse in the past from some more skilled players like Captain Link saying, there's really no infantry multipliers on these things, so they're really not too beneficial to me. So I think in that sense, maybe the Falks will end up winning out in a 2-on-2 sort of artillery war there. But we'll have to see, though. Janissaries moving alongside the Falks here. Where are they going to go exactly is the question. I would presume at this point all you can really do is just go right for the TC up here, right? Dragoons pop out for the Belgians. That's going to be critical. Not only are they going to be good against Falks, they're going to be good against Mamluks, which are arriving in next for the Ottoman player. So that's actually a pretty good setup there for Jeff. It's going to come down to, can these Force Publiques skirmishers hold the line against the Janissaries? And can the stack of Dragoons there actually deal with the high HP values on the Mamluks? Because you would think, oh yeah, Mamluks are in assault cavalry, so Dragoons would be the answer to that. Thing is, though, it's going to take a while for the Dragoons to grind down those Mamluks, though, because they're high HP. It's one of the most gruesome types of assault cavalry you can deal with, because you just don't know how long it's going to take for the Dragoons to actually make it work, right? One more thing you can sort of do here is use the Gatlings to target the Mamluks as well because of their rapid fire type attack. Sometimes that can be a really good counter to assault cavalry. The thing you don't realize, though, which you see right here, is the only thing that the Mamluks really need to do, they just have to buy Kap some time. What do I mean by that? Basically, by distracting all of Jeff's army like this, it gives him better footing with the Jans and Abbas gunners to basically whittle down all of his units in the time that they're focused on those big giant meat shields of cavalry called the Mamluks, right? And obviously it gives him more time too to move in his falconets to, go deeper into the base at this point. That being said, though, these town centers are going to start targeting these falconets, so he doesn't have a lot of time. He really needs to get some good use out of them right away, right? And try to maybe get the rest of these Force Publiques, which looks like they actually are doing. Yep, see, the town centers do grind down one of those falconets, and the other one is sort of moving out of position to maybe at least dodge the town center fire of one of the TCs. However, though, looks like the majority of the Belgian army has been destroyed here. There's really no sort of real defense against a large mass of infantry. Last Mamluk is eliminated, though, from those Dragoons. And at this point, Jeff is going to have to hope that he can mount some sort of defense. Thankfully, he has a shipment of 7 Force Publiques. That's a skirmisher. He can try to kite here a bit against the Janissaries as much as possible, but he does need to dodge his falconet, though. Right? Or maybe go in for a snipe with the Dragoons off to the side there, right? What are these Dragoons going to do exactly? I don't know. Jeff seems to be walking right into trouble there with that. Is he get? Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, it looks like, thankfully, the TC just spared him another... Oh, boy. Yeah, so, yep, see? This is what I was worried about for Jeff. Essentially, what ended up happening here is Jeff had to deal with shipment after shipment from the Ottomans, right? They captured really only one TP. They didn't even get, like, the second one there. And that alone was pumping in those very high-value Ottoman shipments, one after another. Quite significant, actually. So, yeah, that was pretty substantial on the match there, as you can imagine. Right, because look at all the stuff that sort of... Well, actually, wait a second. Looks like the Ottoman player actually had a bigger army because of all those Janissaries that they were pumping. Unbelievable. And... again, those big high-value cards just made that army a bit tankier, too. Yeah. Go figure. Yeah. I'll go on to the next one with you now. That was a pretty good starting one. We'd like to see some more Kap games, though. Yep. Oh, we got Samuel Testaka here as well to look at some more casted games with us. Hello, Samuel. Hopefully we get some good gameplays like that one tonight that we can look at. So this next one over here is USA versus Autos. So this looks like a sequel to that first one. This time it's going to be the Ottomans fighting the United States. Now, if memory serves me right, I did see Jeff using the USA Civ like a few days ago. So I guarantee you this is still a Jeff versus Kap game. So it should overall be a pretty high quality experience for us to watch. But you can be the judge of that. Alright, so... Oh, it's actually Alucard. Alucard's USA. So that should be equally as interesting, right? As you know, Jeff, Alucard, and Kap are probably some of our strongest players in the Wars of Liberty community, with like the upper echelon being really powerful ones like Ungers, because as you know, Ungers is a name that you've probably heard if you watched those ESOC tournaments in Definitive Edition. So you know he knows a thing or two about Wars of Liberty. And yes, I have played, matches with him in Wars of Liberty for a good number of years now, so I can attest to that. However, it looks like we are here finally in Kamchatka, with the Ottomans down here, and the United States up over here now. So, essentially, in this particular match, it's going to really come down to if USA can leverage their unique units against the Ottomans, I think. Yeah, see, the Belgians, they're sort of a more, I wouldn't say a standard European Civ by any means, because they have actually a pretty wide book of unique units that they can utilize, but definitely the USA is going to have a lot crazier things up their sleeve, particularly depending on what the Belgians end up going with. See, one thing that the United States might be able to do here is they might be able to go the CSA type of route with the Louisiana Tigers and use those anti-infantry multipliers on the assault unit to basically grind down the Janissaries. Something we might totally see here. We might see him move towards the Leathernecks on the Union side, and that being a really good target against the Falconets and some of the infantry with the bigger range. USA definitely has some options here. The one thing I would be worried about for USA, though, they don't develop very quickly in 1v1s. They don't seem to have any overarching really good bonus to make it work pretty much, yeah. So it will be quite a bit tricky here for USA to really, make it work. If you look at my tier listing, I actually have USA, I think, down in the the C tier, like a really low tier civilization. That's because they really don't have any really good early game support in universal matches, right? Now, in more situational types of things, USA can have some really good matchups. That's particularly against civs that rely a lot on just infantry, right? But as we know, the Ottomans don't rely on just infantry, right? They can pull in the delis, they can pull in their powerful abyss gunners, which can sort of, be just as much a danger for the Tigers as they are for them. So yeah, it's mitigated a little bit by the anti-cavalry malice, since assault units, as you know, are considered shock units, but still. That is something that definitely USA is going to have to be aware of, is how do I actually deal with the Janissary Abyss combo here? Particularly if Kap ends up going for that fast fortress again, and comes in right away with 4 Abyss gunners right out of the gate with an army of Janissaries. How do you actually deal with that? Are we going to see Statesman again from the Ottoman? Yes, we are. Statesman it is. Now, what does USA end up doing here? So, which faction? So, we got James Madison. So, CSA. We do get the Louisiana Tigers. This should be a pretty good choice. Yeah. I mean, definitely in this situation, I would say Louisiana Tiger is going to be your safest option. It's what's going to get you the high damage you need against the Janissaries and the Abyss gunners, right? I wouldn't so much be worried about going Leathernecks just to deal with the 2 Falconet card. I mean, really. Obviously, if you think assault units are going to be a big issue and artillery and stuff, you could potentially go mounted riflemen with the Union in Age 3. But yeah, probably. Even in that situation, I would say I wouldn't even go with the mounted riflemen. I'd probably just stick CSA with the Texas Rangers, because the Texas Rangers, of course, are not only going to help you against those powerful heavy cavalry shipments, but they're also going to be really good against the Janissaries as well, because of their anti-heavy infantry multipliers that they have built into them. So yeah, definitely, I think in this situation, going with the same faction for H2 and 3 on the CSA side, it's going to grant the best performance results. But still, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yeah. Everything with Ottomans, as you know, is a lot more fluid. Particularly because there's at least 2 trade sockets here that Kap's going to have access to. He's going to have the one in his side of the map over here, and he has the one at the midpoint as well. Looks like forward base will actually go up right about here, because that's where the settlers are set up on the front lines with the outposts. I would imagine the barracks and artillery foundry are going to go up somewhere over here, potentially. But what cards do we see? Oh, so this is going to be a fast fortress, a straight up fast fortress too. So not a semi one, it's a full one. Because you see here that the coin is arriving first, followed by the wood. If it's more of a semi-fast fortress, you typically see wood first and then the coin, but in this case it's vice versa. You want that coin first to get the age-up timing going a lot smoother, and then you worry about infrastructure like getting a barracks, a stable, a foundry up, right? So kind of similar to the last game we just saw, except now the opponent's going to be USA. I would think it would be a little easier here based on the tier listing, but your opponent is very good. Very strong, actually. I mean, if somebody's going to make USA work in this matchup, it's probably going to be Alucard. Yeah. Alucard at the moment has a barracks. Barracks will do the Louisiana Tigers, so he's going the assault unit route. That's probably going to be your safest option, because they're going to have the multipliers against both the Janissaries and the Abyss Gunners. Also, the fact that it is a shock unit means that the Abyss Gunners do some reduced damage to them, right? I think they'll only do about, I think like 20, 19 damage or something like that. It's definitely reduced. It's definitely a reduced amount. And of course, if Cap does any of the smaller cav units like the Delhi, the fact that these are cav units with hand armor means that it's going to take them a while to grind through them. So, I mean, you're giving yourself the best odds by going with this particular unique unit is USA, I think. So, yep, the barracks does come up near the tower. And Cap is going, gunsmith again. Yep. So, what do these Tigers do here? Do they make any sort of impact? Because the thing is, ranged assault units like this, one of the only cavalries in the game that are ranged that actually do full damage to vills. Yeah, so they can actually do some pretty good damage. Oh, yep, he gets one. He gets one vill. So he did actually get some damage in there, which is pretty good. Every vill that you take out means less Janissaries for Cap to use against you, right? I think right there they sort of stumbled a bit on top of Vishar with the collisions, and he wasn't able to go for the full push there, unfortunately. Yep, it looks like the Tigers will back up now and head sort of towards the midpoint of the map, which should be pretty good. Looks like 3 light cavalry are shipping in as well, which is pretty good. Looks like that vill is eliminated. Very nice. 4 Abyss Gunners there. Looks like they will set up over here, and the Tigers are sort of figuring out what to do, right? What's that, a house? Yeah, I would definitely take that vill out if I could. No reason to leave it stranded there. Get the Abyss done too. I mean, this is a state where the Abyss Gunners are all alone and isolated. This is your time to maybe snipe them out, right, and give yourself an easier time to maybe build some militia. Because technically, if you get rid of the Abyss, you could add in like more sort of militia units to save on some of your resources back in the base. Right, so it looks like all the Abyss are completely finished there. Light Cavalry are in this position. Yep, Tigers are here. Only 3 Janissaries because of all the pressure going on in Kap's base. I think 5 Tigers should definitely be able to handle the Janissaries, particularly if Kap is sort of idling there. They will take out 1 Jan, and then probably the other 2 are going to be somewhat easy pickings. Oh, Kap goes with the 8 Janissary card again in the base, which means he does have a defense here now, which means these ones need to go bye-bye back home and plan some sort of a defense, right? For what it's worth, Alucard is definitely giving Kap a hard time. He's taking out his vills, he's dividing him across the map. This is the thing that I bet Jeff wanted to do in the last game, but he just couldn't do it. Yeah. Definitely not. So, yeah. That's right here. We got the Tigers. And now they're going to target these Jans. Yeah. I would say probably wait for... Yeah, regroup with the other ones. So that way you're one-shotting these. You don't want to take 2 volleys to get rid of these Janissaries. Because if you do, it gives the Janissaries more time to deal full damage against you. Since you are an assault unit, that means you have no pierce armor. Which means every time these Janissaries shoot, they're dealing full damage. Yeah, going into hand like that is sort of like a partial thing, can be somewhat good because then attack damage, but then again, that means that they're going to take multiplier damage since they are quote-unquote Cavian, right? Because it looks like he's split up here. It looks like this group of Janissaries will be eliminated. So, Alucard doing a good job at dividing and conquering. This is probably the only way you deal with the Ottomans at this stage, yeah. Because if you take on Kap's army as a whole, all at the same time, then he gets a big advantage on you and then really shreds you to smithereens at that point, yeah. But there is one danger, though, that probably Alucard is forgetting about. The dreaded Manchu shipment, the Tartar cavalry archers, as they're called in Wars Liberty. Now, this is very, very bad for Alucard because these are part of the assault tag. And as you know, maneuver units like Dragoons, Horse Archers, they have multipliers against the assault tag. Which means this mercenary shipment right here is probably the worst nightmare for Alucard right now. Because that means that they will be dealing so much multiplier damage against these Tigers here. I believe probably something close to like 40-50 range damage or something crazy like that. With the really fast rate of fire too, so yeah. Now let's see if maybe Alucard can divide and conquer again with them and maybe mitigate the issue. Because how much HP do they got? About 400? How much range damage does he have as a stack with all these Tigers? Does he have enough to one-shot those Tartars, potentially? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. But see, this is the problem, though. Then he's going to get the Janissaries in there, and he's going to, you know... Oh, yep, see, this is what I was worried about, that fast rate of fire. They deliver an intense multipliers against assault with a really fast speed there. That's the one thing that tears apart this entire composition right now. At this point, Alucard is going to have to switch to militia. Because they have the multipliers against the Janissaries, but also have the multipliers against these units, right? And obviously they don't suffer multipliers from them either. And, he could probably still use the Tigers, but he needs to keep them, you know, in a real reserve space, so he's not taking direct arrow shots from those Tartar archers at all. Alucard did lose some villagers in that exchange. Probably wasn't too happy about it. He is getting the cross-cut saw. This is the technology that improves the gather rate of the villagers, pretty much, yeah. Right, so... Up here he comes with the Spontoons and the Light Calf. Oh, wow. Very good. Very good. Do we see any sort of mounted defense here by Alucard to push back, or is that done? Note that we have not seen the falconets yet from Kap yet, so really no way to blast the infantry outright just yet. That's because the whole focus on assault units by Alucard has sort of forced Kap to go with maneuver units like the Cav archers, like the Tartar archers here. So, yeah, that's the only reason why we haven't seen the falconets get developed yet. But as we see a change towards militia to deal with the maneuver units, then we're going to see the falconets probably come in. Yeah. Yep, just fight your way through those. Should be good. Oh boy, yeah, see, those arrows are so devastating. He literally needs to keep his tigers like in the back of that formation just to keep the arrows away. Of course, it doesn't stop Kap from microing or anything. He is going to throw the spontooners right into it as well, as the means to go in after those units, yeah. Yep, there's some Janissaries right there. And the two Falkies finally coming. At this point, getting the Patriot Combat. Patriot Combat adds additional HP and attack to the militia, as well as your H2 unique units like the Tigers. So it's really a good universal card to have in your deck if you're playing USA, because it just makes all of your primary infantry at range better. So that's good. Will it make much of a difference? We'll have to see, because obviously the Falconets are here right now. And there's really nothing that Alucard has besides his two light cavalry to start making moves on the Falks. Exactly. Question is, will he fall back to the TC and use the TC as cover fire to sort of mount a defense? Kind of like Jeff was doing. I will say in this situation, technically, Alucard has a bit more army to work with, but not much more. Let's see. Slowly. Oh boy, taking out those vills. Very good. Very good. At this point, all you can do is just stay back and hope you have enough stuff by the time Kap approaches the TC. Very similar to last game. Yeah. Very similar to last game. Just a bit of a different comp this time. A lot more maneuver units on Kap's side rather than Handcav. Just because of the change of units in this circumstance. It just shows you, as Ottomans, you got really an option for everything. Like if your opponent goes like Skirmisher, you got options. If they go Sword of Dragoon, you have options. If they go sort of this Assault and Skirmish combo, you have options. Yeah, that's why we currently have, you know, Ottomans as an S-tier civilization, right? Whereas a civ like USA here, very niche. You know, there's only certain matchups where they're going to really do well with this sort of militia-tiger combination. So that's why I have USA classified as a C-tier civilization. I really don't see it being a universally good pick for tournaments. Unless of course, you know what your opponent's civ is going to be and you can predict, and you can really master the civ, then maybe you can do it. But definitely, if there's a possibility they're going to play Ottomans or something like this, don't go playing USA. They just don't have the speed, the momentum, all that stuff to make it work, right? Because as you saw here, it was pretty dry for the USA, right? Just doing like a one barracks build-up of Tigers. is their strategy. They did get some damage done. But yeah, I mean, how much do you attribute to the USA Civ versus the player being Alucard being really good with his macro and micro? That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I think if this was anybody else but Alucard, you would not see such a tight fight like this at all. He definitely did a good job of keeping us entertained here with this back and forth. But definitely in most situations, you're not going to get that of a USA versus Armin. The Armin's going to be right on top of his TC at the start, probably running some pressure with the Jans right off the bat, and yeah. It's probably going to be an easy jump to like Falx or whatever. And I'll be honest, I mean, in general, I will say that Kap probably had a reasonably easy time with it in the second half of the match. That would be my sort of assumption here, because it seemed like he had pretty good control of things overall. Do you think that? Do you think he had a pretty good control on things? I personally think he did, because, yeah, at the start it looked like he was losing some vills, and Alucard was using that divide and conquer approach to his army. But once the really big heavy hitter maneuver units started coming in, the Tigers sort of lost their appeal, and yeah, it went downhill from there basically. Alright, so this is going to be a 2 versus 2 now. It's going to be Equipo Sudamerica versus Equipo Mexico. So yeah, that should be a pretty nice one. So it's going to be Peru, USA versus Argentines and Germans. Ah, interesting. So probably they don't mean the Civ by itself. Well, they don't mean the Civs being used in the match. I think they mean the players in this case, so the nationalities, which I think is a little funny, you know. Alright, so let's find that one. USA. USA. Which one is it? Trying to make sure I get the right. Oh, Peru. P for Peru. Okay. We'll move over to there then. So many Peru games because of Ringo. This is what you get. Alright, so let's do this one. Now, who are the opponents exactly? That's the question. Alright, so we got Alucard and Vringo versus Kazan and Kap. So Kazan and Kap, if you didn't know, are from Mexico. And then Vringo and Alucard are from Latin America. So Sudamerica. Or South America. As it's, you know, the way you would pronounce it in the English dialect. So, basically Alucard, Colombia, and then Vringo's obviously Peru. So, yep. Sudamerica versus Mexico team. Now, in terms of the Civ matchups, we got a USA teamed up with a Peru. And then on the other side, we got a Germany teamed up with a Argentina. Right? So, we're going to see a lot of heavy emphasis on heavy infantry from the Kazan and Kap team. You know, we got two very strong musketeer civs here. On this side, right? Obviously, Germany is known for spamming line infantry out of multiple barracks, but that's exactly what happens with the Argentines as well, just because of different means, right? In the case of Germany, they have the British Manor House bonus, so when they build these Mainz-Kaserne houses, they get free settlers from that, which means a much beefier economy, which means more line infantry. In the case of Argentina, they have the pastures where they can grow their cows and gather them very quickly with a number of cards, and once they get that sort of thing all rooted out, it's very easy for Argentina to have like 3 or 4 or 5 barracks going on at the same time with Patricio musketeers. Yeah. Statistically, of course, the musketeers are going to differ between the two civs. The Argentine ones are a bit more akin to the Janissary with more HP and stats, whereas the German ones, they're just plain old European line infantry with some nice upgrade cards, right? Biggest one is an Age 4, the needle gun, which allows them to actually shoot with the faster rate of fire, which is probably the most significant one of the Civ by far. On the other side, though, Peru and USA, this is going to be mostly anti-infantry, right? We very well could see another Louisiana Tiger played by USA again in the second match of the USA a la carte. Whereas Peru is poised to go Legion Piranha from their barracks, because that's just something Ringo has been doing a lot lately since they added that new card in to their deck. If you've watched my channel last night, you will notice I actually casted a live game of Jeff versus Ringo, where we actually did see that Grenadier play by Ringo live. Particularly, it's the result of this card here. This one, the Campaña de Restauración. And what it ends up doing is it ends up giving the Legion Piranha a total of 30% hand attack. So the hand attack goes up really substantially, and then the regular range attack goes up by about just 15%. So basically it turns it into like a mega flexible unit. Right? Now, Legion Piranha plus Tiger could be an interesting combination to see here. Yeah. It would force Germany and Argentina on their toes, I would say. Yeah. Big time. My biggest concern would be in the north with Argentina, though. See, it does take a while for Argentina to get their full economy set up for mass patricio production. I feel like with Germany, it's a little bit faster, right? Because the Mites Casernes and the free villagers from them are going to feed you a lot sooner. Whereas in the long term, I feel like the cow production from the Argentines is going to have more resources in the long term. So while it seems like the Germany is going to be pumping a lot faster, down the line we're probably going to see like huge armies of infantry from the Args. Yeah. Obviously it depends on build order too, so we'll see what happens there. So what ended up happening with Kazan? So first card is Advanced Mill. This is sometimes a card we see with Argentina build orders. Basically Advanced Mill is sometimes a preferred first card for an Argentina build order, because what it ends up doing is it ends up cutting the costs of your mill type buildings in half, right? So basically in that sense, it takes the pasture from being a 200 wood building, which is actually not bad. It's about the same cost as the barracks, and it cuts it down in half to the cost of a house. So basically you're building these pastures like all over the place. And why are pastures important? They spawn cows for free over time, so infinite herdables, and it founds them at double the rate of a livestock pen. So it's really easy eating basically for food. Yeah. And you send some other cards like the Cimarrones card to allow the cows to spawn faster. And then you send this card, Saladeros, to actually have the cows start out as semi-fattened from the pastures, which means that they basically become really fast fattening pretty much. Yeah, it basically cuts down the wait time in like half pretty much, which is really good. And lastly, this card here, the Butcher card, essentially allows you to gather meat 300% faster. 300% faster. 300% faster. That's pretty big, you know. But it is based off of a British card actually in Legacy called the Fulling Mills card, so it is sort of legit canon. It just wasn't a random thing they came up with nowhere. No, it is based off of actual balance and stuff, so do be aware of that. But yeah, definitely with Argentina it means a lot more since cows are sort of a free thing. And thus, yeah, basically it's quite beneficial to you. Yeah, big time. Kazan ends up going with the Solidaros, right? Looks like he has the pastures built all the way up here in the north, right? I kind of like that because it's off the beaten path, which means it's less likely that Alucard would raid those positions with his, his units there. Yeah, his Louisiana Tigers. Looks like Kap is already pushing ahead with his line infantry, but looks like Tigers will intercept them with relative ease. right? Oh boy, he takes out one of the tigers with the Explorer. That changes up the whole battle quite a bit because, it just slightly lowers the value of that fight there for Alucard. Oh boy, looks like, wow. Looks like, oh, interesting. See, what I forgot about is USA also gets a card called the Alaska Purchase that gives them a free Inuit Quamutik, is it called? Basically a dog sled. This thing is essentially a native warrior that you can find on some northern maps, and it acts as like a beefy dragoon. Its attack is not that impressive, but what it is really tanky with a high hit point rate of about 450. So it can sit there for quite a while before it goes down, which it sadly did. Poor doggo's there, but yeah. Legion Piranhas are pushing with the Tigers simultaneously right on Kap's position. As I said before, Argentina is a little bit slow to the field, right? They're not running out of the gate with huge armies, so it looks like Kap is going to have to is basically forced to fight them both at the same time. If I was these two, I would go after Kap's barracks first. That's going to be the big danger. Take Kap out of the fight first, and then go after Kazan. Because then it's going to sort of prolong the 2v1 effect in your favor. But it does look like now Kazan is finally in sort of a position to make some Patricios. And that's going to sort of make it a bit more fair between the two, right? Obviously, Louisiana Tigers are going to be the big unit here since they're dealing the actual multipliers. Whereas the Piranhas, they're going to be a bit easier to tank the damage since they have some pierce armor, right? How about HP though? So the Piranhas have about 165 HP and the Tigers have about 175. So I would say technically these Piranhas are technically a little bit better at tanking, personally. And interestingly enough, on this map, you actually do have the Inuit native sites on it. So if one player wants to get really creative, they actually could make some more dog sleds and actually make that a big part of this match. But I really doubt we're going to see that here. It really goes against sort of the Kap playstyle. Kazan might totally do it, but I definitely don't see Kap going with any sort of dog sleds here. Tigers right now seem to be winning pretty well against the line infantry, and they are sort of gaining ground here. What they do need to do now, though, is maybe take out one of those... Oh boy, look at that. They're already popping units out again. So yep, they're going to have to deal with these ones now. One thing I will say is Kap and Kazan are being quite persistent and making it really hard for Alucard or Ringo to make any gains on sieging the buildings down. Yeah. Quite insane. Yeah, big time. Looks like the barracks is slowly being grinded down there. Tigers are going to try to hunt down those Patricios. You really can't let Kap or Kazan get a too big army of heavy infantry there. Not at all. Because see, if they get too much infantry, then they're just going to start one-shotting your assault units. So you really need to keep the numbers small and manageable. Right? And it looks like Varingo is coming in with a much bigger army of the Legion Piranhas, which will be used to siege down the tower now. Quite important. Oh boy, look at that. Kap actually wanted to go into melee, is that right, to go after the Tigers because of their shock tag. Kind of a bad move, because then it allows Alucard just to run away very quickly with the speed on these things and kite them. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, though, Varingo's going to be the one that finishes them off. That being said, though, Kazan is doing a great job at preserving his Patricio numbers, right? Because he is growing a pretty nice stack. Grenadiers do take out two of them with the grenade toss. But now Varingo is going to go into a hand attack against the infantry. Hand attack could be a spicy option, potentially, right? With that card I told you earlier, their hand attack is pretty significant. Right now it's a hand attack of about 18. So doing quite a bit of damage there against those units. Looks like they beat down another army of Patricios and line infantry. So I think Kap is probably going to try to go stable at some point. We could check in on that. Do we see any stable development? He does have a barracks up here, though, that we don't see. Look at this barracks up here. He is probably going to set up some sort of large-scale defense. Yeah. Varingo splitting off to go after Kazan's barracks there. Yeah. I think he can get the barracks down before he gets another batch of the Patricios, though. Yeah, probably. But it does look like... oh boy, Kap has some vills up here. Oh yeah, because that's Argentina's position. I wonder if this might be an area they might target. Maybe. Oh, nope. Looks like USA is going to start targeting the German settlers there. Taking out as many as possible. See, every villager that they grind down here is one less that Germany has over them with their Mites Casernes. That's going to be a really good advantage there to basically keep the score away from Germany as much as possible. Yeah. So that'll be a pretty good advantage there pretty much in the matchup. Back, let's look at the rest of this matchup here and see what sort of defense that Germany will mount against all these Tigers that they just had run through their base. Right. The one good thing about assault units, like these early game ones that USA can do, they are cavalries. They do move very quickly. They can actually reposition themselves across the map very fast with a movement speed of about 5.5. Not quite as fast as a Hussar, but still pretty maneuverable, all things considered. One thing that they noticed over here, this stack of line infantry from Kap is getting pretty numerous right now, and USA needs to get involved to save his ally. Big time. Yeah. That big army of Grenadiers is circling around, though, to join the Tigers. So it is going to be a two-man front here once again against Kap's forces. Yep. Oh boy, look at these Treasure Guardians adding to the combat there, attacking the line infantry. Wow. Very good. Oh, now they're going after him. Yeah. It was like almost his friend there, his nature friend, but he ended up turning on him. Alright, so Legion Piranhas need to move forward. They need to target themselves well. Gain some advantage on this battlefield. Looks like they do take out some units there in favor of Alucard. Most of the line infantry from Germany are basically being handled pretty well. Now those Piranhas and melee are doing very good against the line infantry because of their high damage. Right, and superior HP. Now Piranhas will be able to target that barracks now. Again, we see a really good combined push here from Alucard and Varingo towards the direction of probably Argentina now, right? But yeah, definitely that barracks is not going to survive. That thing's going to be taken out, and then they can make a move on to the next barracks up there. Yep. Yeah, just clean up those Patricios and line infantry, and that should be an easy cleanup pretty much, yep. Oh boy, yep. See, this is one of those matches I told you about where USA actually does good. When it's against all infantry, the Tigers do exceptionally well, right? And obviously Germany is not the first fast fortress civ that you think about, so yeah, definitely in that situation. The Tigers were a great call here by Alucard, and he might actually get a much better outcome out of this. Oh no, the Vil was spotted and it will be targeted now. Mites Casernae deleted. Ah yeah, so the tables have definitely turned, you know. Now, Cap Space is under direct threat from both of these players here. Right. We do see the Grenadiers coming in now to join these Tigers. The Tigers are basically going to wipe out any Vils that they come across, and then the Piranhas will be the good unit to go with the siege. That's a lot of Tigers there, though. I mean, how much siege do they get? They get a siege of about 13? Not the best. Yeah, the Piranhas are going to do the really good siege work here with about 23. So yeah, that's probably what you're going to want to use there. Now, what all this commotion is causing, it's going to force Kazan and Cap to take their whole army, and then they're going to have to come all the way down over here to save that TC now. Vils are starting to be targeted by all the Tigers. And here comes the Piranhas now, offering their higher siege number, 23. They're going to target that outpost where the Tigers just finished off the town center right there. Oh, yep. Let's see those settlers being cleaned up. This is a huge turning point in the match. Definitely in favor of Alucard. More Tigers arriving. This is pretty substantial now, right? So yeah, Tigers are going to absolutely demolish Patricios and line infantry. Yeah. Now, whether it's an automatic win or not is going to depend on a few things. Let's check out the economy of Kazan right now. Where is he on his food journey? He has butchers, he has saladeros, but he does not have cimarrones yet. So he's still missing one of those key cards right there. Once he gets that thing, I think we're going to see much bigger armies of Patricios coming out. Right? Definitely in this situation, though, it's totally possible because there's just so many assault units on the field right now that it doesn't matter how many Patricios you can put out. The multipliers are just going to win out on the Tigers. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. These multipliers on the assault units, these ones, is actually going to completely overrun Argentina's position now, just because of their nature. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go with this. Yeah, I would have went with this, or I would have gone like some towers out now, because you might not have a chance later to get them. You really need everything you can right now. That's all I can say. How many barracks? So he's on triple barracks? He's got triple barracks, right? You might need to get on to 4 or 5 if you're going to deal with this huge army right here. You might need to start beefing up production a bit more. But I understand wood is a little low right now since he has to put so many Vils onto the Herbals and so many onto the coin, but still, you're getting to that point in the match where you're going to need some pretty big armies of these infantry. Any sort of counter-resurgence from the Germany? Nope, Germany has resigned, so it's really up to Argentina now to come up with some sort of defense. I have seen some Argentinas come back from a 2v1 before, but it's kind of rare. So we're going to have to pay attention to this one and see what happens. Absolutely, definitely going to have to make sure he saves as many of his stuff as possible. Oh, now this is an interesting twist right here. These Infernals. See, these Infernals are mounted pikemen. So they have multipliers against all cavalry. And guess what happens to be cavalry? These Tigers here. These Tigers are cavalry. So yeah, any Infernals that Kazan can throw at the Tigers is actually going to give the Patricios a much easier time to clean things up here. Yeah, and it looks like he is going to clean up this army at least. This army is basically going to be completely cleaned up. Yep. Absolutely. Now, I hope Cap did tribute some resources to his friend there. Would make things a bit easier for him, you know, to get this done. But yeah, definitely you can tell majority of this army is cleaned up. Patricio's finally able to do the work now, looks like. And definitely the ratios in such a way that the Patricios can start to one-shot the Tigers, which is really what he needs to do here and not keep them around for too long. Yep. Yep, there you go. It's retreating out of there now. Spanish immigrants followed by Cimarrones, so he's taken the greedy route, getting a new immigrant colony in. The Spanish could definitely help keep up his coin rate, right? Because obviously with the Spanish immigrants, they have these cool houses that act like livestock pens for coin herdables, such as the wool sheep. And then the Spanish villagers, the shearers, are good at gathering from them. So yeah, now you got food herdables that are really good, and then you're going to have coin herdables to synergize with them, which is really phenomenal in this setup, yeah. Yep, see, more tigers on the way. I think he should have went in the stagger mode, to be honest. Like, he just completely duped himself by going in a big mass like that, yeah. I mean, he's still going to get some good combat, but still. Like, he could have mitigated some of those losses there just if he moved his army a bit more methodically. Yeah, big time. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit too much for Kazan to handle. Yeah, is he queuing up more Infernals? No, he's not. He totally should be doing that. You should maybe get like 2 stables worth of Infernals, like get 2-3 stables and Infernals and then combine them with the Patricios. Because see, he's floating so much coin right now, but he's not getting enough food, which is like literally doing so much damage to him. It might be because he's trying to micro and everything, but he needs to like get this macro situation figured out. Yeah, because I think if you got like 2 or 3 batches of like the Infernals right now, those would win really well against all these assault and line units right now. That'd be like your knight in shining armor right now. You kind of have to do like a serious comp of both Patricio and Infernal to beat this out. If you don't do that, you're not going to get too far right now in this 2v1 situation. Definitely not. Yeah. Yeah, he might just be overwhelmed right now. Yeah, looks like it. It looks like it. Yeah, but how many does he have on food? So he's got about 4 working on that. See, what I sometimes do is I make sure that I have, like this, multiple groups working on different pastures, so that they're always working, they're always eating something. Because you know how much food you're going to have to eat through to play the Civ, right? It's no child's play. Like, you're going to need to have all these cows being worked on at the same time if you're going to be able to keep up with your food rates. And it's just not doing that right now, which is totally destroying the numbers, yeah. Oh boy, looks like Kazan tried to add some Croyos in as well. That's why I went with that Spanish colony, it looks like, just adding Croyos. Another source of muskets he can use with his shipments there. Yeah. Not a bad move. I mean, really all hands on deck in this situation when you're in a 2v1. But yeah, I would have tried to focus on getting the Infernals, and then start worrying about things like the Croyos and all that. Because now he just doesn't have the army anymore, and he's getting completely grinded by 2 players in his base. Really not the best situation to keep yourself going. Not at all. Looks like Sagawai said hi. Alden Tolpak said hi. Sagawai said hi, and then yeah. Welcome everybody. This is a good stream. Glad you made it today. We've had some pretty good matches so far with Kap and Alucard and the whole jamboree. It's been really good. We're still on the Kap matches. After the next game, we'll be doing the Jeff ones, and then after that, we'll do some extra ones as well as any submissions you send to me last minute as well, which would be good. Yeah, no, I don't think you're doing good, Kazan. I mean, you're not looking too sharp right now with this setup here. You need to go right on to Infernal, like, right away. Even then, you'd have problems because then they just start adding spearmen and stuff, but at least in that situation, now you're dealing with the anti-infantry a bit and forcing them onto other stuff, right? Yeah. These riflemen came from the Age-Up, by the way, from the USA player, so he did not actually train these. These are just from an Age-Up politician. The one that does the sharpshooters. So, probably at this point, Alucard wanted to get fancy and start adding some sharpshooter snipers as well. Which is a cool unit you can do as USA in Age 4. The cool thing about the sharpshooters is they're basically like literal snipers. They get super long range, and then they do good multipliers against heavy infantry, dragoons, and artillery, so they can eliminate a lot of targets, which is really fun. Either way, though, really awesome game there by Kazan. Very awesome game there. So, how many resources did he end up getting here? Good amount. He actually got an even amount compared to Alucard, who was an age ahead and had probably had more technologies. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So we're going to restart and go into the next one. Alright, so let's boot it up. See what we got. So, what is the recording here called? It is called Japanese Heroes versus British Bulgarians. So again, Equipo Sudamerica versus Equipo Mexico. So probably it's the same people again. Varingo and Alucard versus Kazan and Kap. This time though, the Civs are looking pretty interesting there. So let's see what's going on in this one. Let me find it. Let me find the match that we're looking for. Then we can get right into it. Japoneses. We have to scroll to this side. Where's the match? This one. I finally found it. Alright, yeah, well, the Civs actually match up for what I would expect, because Alucard is a strong Bulgaria player, Varingo is a strong British player now, and then on the other side they are going up against a Japan and a good Haudenosaunee. Yeah, I've actually played against Kazan's Haudenosaunee before, so that's actually nothing new for me. Yeah. Now, in terms of the matchup here, you could argue that Japan with Haudenosaunee is going to be a really dangerous 2 versus 2 combination for rushing, and I think that it appears to be the case. Now, the way that Alucard and Varingo do British and Bulgarians respectively could say a lot as well, right? Normally what Varingo likes to do with the Brits, he likes to go for that Age 4 play, and then go in with the rockets, the Congreve rockets, mixed in with redcoats. I don't know if he's going to get that perk right here, but it's totally possible. We'll have to watch it pretty carefully and see what ends up being the final thing here. Because the thing I would be worried about in this matchup is Hadashani's going to rush you really hard with the Tomahawks and the Aena Bowmen. And then Japan's going to be right behind with them with their Shigumas and Kie skirmishers, and it's going to be a total mess. Yeah, that'd be my concern. The big issue is Bulgaria is worse in the early game than they are in the late game. In the late game, they got some really powerful troops. They're like fully maxed out. But as you know, with Bulgaria, they get their units and upgrades an age behind. So they actually have to wait till age 3 to get like Scythemen and Hajuks. And then they have to wait till like age 4 to actually get the veteran upgrades on them. Which is really bad. Like, the only way they sort of climb over that is with their Samara banner cards. Right? So basically the Samara banner cards allow you to turn your Opalshended infantry militias into other units. And those cards arrive in the normal ages that you would expect. So even though you can't train your Hajuks or Scythemen in age 2, you get 2 Samara banner cards to actually do that. So yeah, it's your only way of actually accessing those units on time. And really what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to get big armies of Opalshents and then send those Samara banner cards out. And then just go for mega pushes in towards your enemy, pretty much. Yeah. That's essentially what you're supposed to do there. So it looks like British have the free trade card open right now. Free trade is basically just Colbertism, so it's a food trickle of about 2.1. If you didn't know, the British actually do not get any villager cards. Yeah, so they actually have to rely on trickle cards like this to start the game with. Interestingly enough, we have some other good cards here like martial law. Martial law is basically the same as town militias, so it allows you to strengthen your town center's range attack as well as call the militia in a bigger number, right? And then this other card here, pharmacology, is just the same as medicine, so allows you to train the villagers faster. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell from this deck right away it's definitely favoring a later game setup with a lot of crates, but also a lot of gathering techs. You know, particularly the monetary union. It's making some big assumptions that you're going to have mines to gather from, right? So we better hope for Varingo's sake that he can get those mines out and make full use of the monetary union combined with the gold standard. Yeah. But he also has plantation eco too, in the form of cigar roller and the textile mill for like the super late game. Yeah. This card here, the Victoria Cross, it's a really nice card that allows you to get 2 shipments in return. So you pay 1 shipment, get the card, and you get 2 shipments back. So then you can send like 2 cards instead of that, and it's pretty good. It's really good for fast industrial strategies around rockets, which we see in this deck. So that's probably what we're going to see here. Now, what do we get from the Bulgaria? Let's check out the Bulgaria player now. Let's check that deck out. So it looks like we got Honor Guards, 1,000 Wood, Mountain Artilleries, Fort, Star Fort. Definitely you want to make sure you have all of your infantry cards here, the Parsin combat as well as the Danubian combat. Also the Alexander Star and the Opalshendets combat. All these cards are pretty crucial to making sure that your Opalshend militias can hold their own pretty well, since you don't know when you're going to get your next Samara banner in, right? This is a very popular build with Bulgaria. It's sending this card here, the Krastada Kazarma card. What it ends up doing is it revolutionizes the way that the Civ works. It sets it up so that every barracks can house about 40 population space, about that of about 4 houses, and it gives you a barracks wagon right away to start really taking advantage of the card, right? So do we see a barracks here at all from the Bulgaria at all? Let me see. So we do have a barracks here that he built with his investor's wagon at the start. These combined barracks will actually house him about 80 population space. 80 population space, so essentially saving him about, what is that? Because remember, both of these barracks were created by free means, which means he's essentially saving 800 wood. 800 wood from like 8 houses. Yeah. Very, very impressive, right? So he's not going to have to worry about wood for quite a while, right? He can totally go on like food and coin right now and just go for like a full 100 population, or not really a 100 population, but like an 80 population army of Opolshenets or something like that. Now, he could go pretty deep. He can go pretty deep with this. Now, this card in particular is really good for rushing the Samara Banner 5 Scytheman, because what ends up happening is, since it's a Samara Banner, it turns all the Opolshenet infantry into the Scytheman unit, which, really good siege. Really good siege unit for just going in against the town center, pretty much. Yeah. Looks like he hasn't sent it yet. He's just using the Opolshenets right now, trying to mitigate that war hut going up. Did Kazan send the double war hut card? No, he doesn't have a double war hut card, but it looks like he used Travaux to build that, right? So yeah, send up double war hut with the Japanese barracks to go for a push. Cherry Bum's coming from behind to attack Kap's villagers, actually taking out one of them. Yeah, very dangerous indeed. So these are basically like Hussars, but a unique unit for the British. And what makes them special is they actually have a faster movement speed than average Hussars. So they have a movement speed of about 7.25, which is better than the average 6.75. So they can outrun enemy cavalry very easily. And they can zip in and out too to attack vills and different units, which is pretty powerful. Yeah. So now we got Diana Bowman, as well as infantry hit points coming in. So he's focusing a bit on upgrading at this point, instead of bringing in some of the other shipments. One thing to note, his war chief does have the town destroyer active. That horrible, horrible card that gives the war chief a siege of like 240. Yeah, so this thing's going to be ripping through buildings like no tomorrow. Yeah, like, you better hope, if you're the Bulgaria player, that he does not down your barracks with this thing. Because if he does, it's looking like GG there. Yeah. So what do we got cooking right here for Kap and Kazan? So a lot of skirmish because of the Annas. Now you got skirmish from Japan too with the Kies. A bit of Shiguma mixed in. So really intense anti-infantry there. Very intense anti-infantry. And it looks like right now Bulgaria has really not beefed up their food eco just yet. So they just send the frameworks for both queues of Opolshenets, and then they're just going to have to, stack some more to it. So yeah. As for the British, what is British going to do to help out their friend? So British, they're just focusing on aging up. So that this is where things might fall apart here. In this particular case, you might need to be careful, because if I was the Brit player right now, I would be getting some green jackets. I'd be getting some of those green jacket skirmishers, because they have a range of about 18. They would do fairly well against Anna Bowman, They could make some pretty good gains on them. So the fact that you're sort of leaving your friend out hanging dry there with no help, that might GG the match for you. So just be aware of that, Ringo. Sometimes you have to be a little bit careful with your setup. I know he's trying to go for the rockets so he can just spray everything that they're pushing with, but if you don't make it to age 4, then it's just not feasible. Yeah. I think he was communicating with Alucard here and letting him know what he's doing and saying, can you hold off as long as possible? And that's why we see these Opolshenets backing up towards the barracks there, trying not to engage in too many direct fights. If he does have to take on the Annas, he wants to do it individually without the Kies getting involved. because these opposites have a dirty truth to them. So they're both heavy infantry and they're skirmishers. They have both tags, which means that all this skirmisher stuff going on right now, that's doing multiplier damage to them. The only sort of thing that really benefits these opposites being a hybrid unit like that is that they have 14 range instead of 12, so they have a little bit of distance that they can, take advantage of, and then they have some pierce armor too, so the overall range damage is not absolute for a skirmisher versus the musket. It's substantial, but it's not 100% of that. Right, so looks like Ringo is going to age 3 now. He is queuing in some cherry bums, so he is actually adding in some cavalry. What does he do to help his ally out, though? Does he go with, like, household blues, getting some assault units in there? I would get some household blues right now, and you could... Why do you look at that? Look at that. Alucard actually says, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm out. I quit. That's what he did. He actually quit. He tapped. He tapped out. Pressed tab. Wow. He did not want to deal with that, I guess. I mean, he probably could have held out a little longer and retreated, I think, and let Ringo get the rockets. But, yeah, he probably was totally frustrated with having to take in all that at the same time. I kind of respect him for that, I wouldn't want to be in that situation either, where I feel like both of the players were on top of me. Definitely is not the most keen situation to find yourself in at all. Yeah, definitely not, so... Yeah, that's totally understandable. Big time. Right, so we got some cherry bumps here going up against his archers. Yep. Now he's going to have to basically fight in a pretty intense melee against that. Oh boy, look at that. Getting completely stomped by those Japanese women, the Yamabushis. Yeah, the Yamabushis here. They have the same stats as the Yamabushis that you know from the Legacy games. So, same unit, except instead of being a dude with a club, it's a woman with a spear. That's it. That's literally it. Alright, looks like Town Center is being attacked. Notice the double Town Center, by the way. It's because Ringo ended up going with the Portuguese marriage, which gives you the Portuguese bonus of Town Center with each Egypt. Yeah. Didn't matter, though, since he literally had no defense. He played super greedy in the fast industrial, even though the nature of his opponents was to go for a rush. That's the lesson of the day, kids. Do not fast industrial when you have 2 rush players rushing you. It's a bad idea unless you have, like, walls or some really creative way of defending it. Yeah, no, he completely left Alucard out to dry there and could have definitely done a lot more to help. Like, green jackets, cherry bums. They could have tussled a bit there like they did in the last game. And just the lack of communication and cohesion in the strategy just fell apart, Just because a build can be awesome doesn't mean that you have to do it every time. You do have to sometimes try other things to win the game and be creative. That's where I think things really fell apart right there, honestly. If I had to put my stuff on the money there. Yeah. So now we're done with the Cap games and we're going to move on to the Jeff ones now. So what do we got for the Jeff games? Jeff games. 2 versus 2 Chilean defense. 2v2 Chilean defense. That sounds like a nice one. Let's see what that one's all about. Let's see right there. Let's boot that up. Alright, so it's going to be Alucard and Cap versus Jeff and Fierro. I don't know, Jeff. You might have your work cut out for you. I mean, don't get me wrong, Fierro's a good Argentina, but, yeah, you're dealing with some pretty tough stuff here. Yeah. So Cap is playing Germany. Alucard's playing USA. Jeff is playing Chile, and then, of course, Fierro's playing his homeland of Argentina. Okay, that should be interesting, to say the very least. So right away, what do we know about this matchup? What's going to happen? So obviously with Kap and Alucard, you're going to see Louisiana Tiger and Line Infantry. So one anti-infantry, one anti-cavalry is a cohesive sort of counter-everything type of approach. For Chile and Argentina, definitely Argentina will do Patricios. That's without a doubt. I mean, unless it's for whatever reason, if Kap went Hussar or something like that, maybe we'd see Infernals. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, technically the Argentina could go Infernals against the Tigers. My only concern would be Kap is such a good Musketeer player. That would maybe shoot you right out of the water at that point. So, that'd be my main concern there. If I was, Jeff, if I was Jeff and I was wanting my ally to give me something to support me, I'd be worried that those Infernals would melt pretty quickly to the line infantry. So yeah, big time. So yeah, what do we got going on over here with the decks though? Let's check them out. So, looks like they haven't gotten their first card just yet. Probably right around the corner though, I would expect. Yeah, no, nothing yet. Nothing yet. It's probably cooking, though. Yeah, from what we know about Jeff in Chile, he has some different approaches. So he has like an early game approach where he goes Savico with Yungeo, and then he has the Fast Fortress and the Vivanderas. Right? So if he's going to go for that Fast Fortress and the Vivanderas, he's going to have to do it very fast. He's got to do it very quickly. Yeah. Big concern there. You're dealing with Louisiana Tigers, and since the Vivandera is a late-game skirmisher, meaning a skirmisher available in age 3 or later, it has a malice. It has a malice against the assault tag, which means those Vivanderas are not going to be doing full damage against them. So they might end up becoming really soft targets for the Tigers. So I would be super careful of that, Because one thing I see that could become a real concern, you got Fiero doing Patricio, and you got Jeff doing the other Jeff doing the Vivanderas. So you got a skirmish and a musket. The Tiger beats them both to the punch, and then you got Kap piling in millions of line infantry. That would be such a dangerous situation to find myself in. So we'll see what that's all about pretty much. Yeah. Yep. So looks like the Argentina does go with Cimarrone's card, thus the pasture right here. I believe he already sent Advanced Mill out. Not yet. It looks like he does Cimarrone's first, and then he's probably going to do the Advanced Mill after that. Right? I think Fiero was one of the first players I ever saw that ended up doing the add-on of the Advanced Mill to the Argentina build, yeah. We got some commentary here from Sagawai that I'll read off while we're in the early part of the match. I really miss Wars Liberty, but I wish I was good. Ringo not with Peru? Fake, it's not him. Mi Senor Vilingo por el Peru only. Removing that option from getting bills with manners destroyed the Civ. Very poor game. Stick to Peru. I'm going to counter you there. The new British is actually powerful, just not in the way that they used to be, right? So what makes the new British good is their ability to go for good fast fortresses and good fast industrials, I think. That's really where they shine. And having some really cool, unique units like the Red Coat, Green Jacket, and Household Blue to really perform quite well. You just have to play into the British Civ strengths. That's it. They're not the same Manor Boom Civ anymore. You just need to make good use of the marriages, make good use of your whole unique unit roster, play into that sort of fast fortress and fast industrial mindset of the Civ, and just know when to go Red Coat, Green Jacket, and when to go Fast Fortress into Falx. That's it. You got to be flexible and work with your friend, Because we saw Alucard clearly trying to defend on his own there, and Ringo's doing his own little thing on the side there, and I think that's something everybody's guilty of, including me, is not following with the program and trying to try our own little build. when we know it's very risky. Yeah. Especially knowing your opponents are going Germany, or I should say Japan and Haudenosaunee. What do you know about Haudenosaunee? Haudenosaunee is a rush civ. Haudenosaunee is 90% of the time going to go for a rush. So, do you think it's really wise to wait till an industrial age to actually make military? Absolutely not. You're going to completely leave your ally out to dry there. And then obviously Japan, they can just go all in age 2 as well. So, I mean, you're asking for trouble there, leaving a Japan to Haudenosaunee to just rush your ally all by himself there with no help. So, yeah, that's where that went wrong. But, yeah, we'll see what happens in this game now. So, it should be interesting. So, it looks like Fiero actually goes with the Scandies, the Scandinavians. Scandinavian age-ups give you Explorer Dogs as part of the first effect. So some officers' dogs, as they're called. These dogs are actually immortals. They don't actually die. They they wince in pain on the floor, and then you revive them, and then they just keep doing dog stuff. Right? Yeah. So that's basically it. So we got Similones done, we got Advanced Mill done, we just need to get this done and this done. This is like the, I consider it the Argentine economy checklist. Get this, get this, get this, and get this. This one is technically optional. You could totally just go this, this, this. But if you are going to include this card, then obviously you add that to the checklist, right? So that way you have 100 wood, pastures, pumping out cows that are super fat, and then you can eat them very fast, yeah. Oh boy, it looks like the Chile is already being rushed, though. They're going to have to respond to that. Barracks is under siege there. Does Jeff have any sort of rebuke to that? Any sort of counter or rebuttal? He's going to do some Civicos. Civicos, he can put them into the Triplica mode and go right after these infantry, but right now he's lacking the numbers for that, so he really can't do that, right? All he can do is just run away, let the town center do some range damage, and try to stall out a bit until maybe Fiero can come and help him. So yeah, this is kind of the reason why I don't consider Chile to be all that good in like smaller rush games. If you're going to play Chile, you're best playing them in like a mid to late game type game, you know? It's just better overall for that. See, they're already going to start sieging at your tower. Sieging that tower right there, which is not good. Oh, whoa. Sticking the Civicos in the melee against the assault units. Very smart move right there. Basically dealt with them, but then he's going to have to change them to the Triplica hand attack to deal with these line infantry. That's just something that you're going to have to do there. Yeah, pretty much. So it looks like those towers are starting to grind down all those infantry, and then the tigers are starting to micro their way around, yeah. Up, looks like 6 Civicos shipping in, so a bit more defense. Also, Argentina's Patricios do arrive to offer some defense as well. So far, just single barracks in his friend's base, being a good compadre to help him out. It's always good to see and very courteous. Right now, they just don't have a lot of units, so I don't know what you're going to do there, but you better come up with something really fast. Yeah, get into that TC and get some defense there. Directly under siege, it looks like, yeah. The dogs are biting away at that Ville, unfortunately. Rough. And up, Civicos have to get in the position against the Tigers. Boy, this is a painful situation, because not only do these Tigers counter your infantry, but they also raid your Villes really well. So, I mean, there's really not much you can do against them besides, like, having an army of dragoons there or pikemen that chase them or whatever. Yeah, even the pikemen are not that good because then they'll just outrun them and kite them. Really, the best way to shut down tigers is like dragoons. The ARG could do like Infernals, like I said at the start of the game, but then that just leaves you vulnerable to the line infantry, right? So then you're just completely ignoring that aspect. You would have to hope that the Savicos can hold their own. Yeah, who knows if that would work. Yeah, Alucard just running around his enemy's base like, like doing complete circles around it. Just looking for vills, looking for infantry to snipe at. Just giving Jeff no rest at all. Yeah. Here's the big army from Kap, line infantry, and the few remaining early skirms, the volunteers there. What is he going to do with those? Probably just go after the buildings. Let Alucard do the raiding, and then he'll use the line infantry for the siege. And taking some of the soft targets around the TC like that. Jeff. No, do not go Chablika against these. Absolutely not. Good thing that he changed that. Good thing that he fixed that. I was like, no, absolutely not. Do not do that. If you do that against these assault units, you're done. Like, you are out of the ballpark at that point. Like, yeah, you don't want to do that. Because, see, the Chablika Diablo mode has multipliers against infantry, but it has a malus against cavalry. So, if you're going to fight the Tigers in melee, you have to do the regular Musketeer melee, not the Chablika one. Because that one will just see them totally kiting you indefinitely. So, yeah. Good catch there. I mean, I can't say that you're going to get much of a defense now, but hey, it's worth a shot, right? Yeah. A little bit late for the Escopeteros, I think. I mean, you're not going to get much done with just a little handful of them. Not really. At this point, Kap is so comfortable with his push that he can actually get his eco cards like Eco Theory in, which means that he's going to basically just get more and more stuff in a very short amount of time, which is great. How about Fiero? Where's Fiero at? So Fiero is switching to Escopetero, right? It's one of your options. You can go Patricio or you can go Escopetero. Yeah, the game just out of syncs. But I think we know who won that one, right? Yeah, I would say without a doubt we sort of know that the Kap and Alucard team was probably the victors there. I would say without doubt. Probably. At least that's what I'm assuming. Not 100% right, obviously, but probable case, yeah. That one, so let's boot the game. What do we got here? So let me see what this recording is called, and we'll check this one out now. This one will be called 2v2 Fast Fortress Mitra plus Spain Infantry. So what does that mean? So it's probably going to be a Jeff in Kap game, I would think, in a 2 versus 2. So we'll have to see what that one's all about. Let me pull that one up. Let's see what that one is right now. I'm going to put the light on this room because it's going to start getting dark really soon. So let me go do that before it gets too dark. Let's see. Let's see what we got here, people. Alright, so we got Kap with Japan. And we got a la carte with Ethiopia. Right? So Geaf would be the Belgium, and then Kazan would be the Spain. Pretty fair. I've seen Kazan play Spain before, so it makes totally a lot of sense to see Kazan go line infantry in this match. So it's probably going to be a combination of the Mia Tarus, Gatlings from Geaf, and Kazan doing line infantry. Should be an interesting one to study. Now, what will they be facing on this side? So clearly the Japan will be going for sort of a balance between healthy army of infantry and greed on the map with the shrines. The Ethiopia will probably go for a boom. Is that right? Yeah, go for a defensive boom. Yeah, that's usually the way you play Ethiopia. The only way they can do it in matches like this is because the library text that Ethiopia gets basically allows you to get your defenses up. Yeah. The blue text will benefit your hit points, and then the red ones will actually benefit your ranged attack of your buildings. Yeah. So that's pretty much how that works there. So we're going to basically have to figure out if Ethiopia actually gets to do the full defense that they want to here or not. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a pretty lengthy game. Like, you can normally tell from like the little slider thing here of how quick the game is. The fact that it's still not even really showing yellow yet, and we're already close to like 2 minutes says we're going to get like a real Ethiopia boom this game, folks. So get your popcorn now. We're going to have a real battle this game. It's not going to be easy. Yeah, the map is Jebel Musa. So essentially, you got choke points. You got like these little cliff sides here that you can wall up very easily. Right? And then even though there is water, it's all the way over here. So it's not like you're going to have monitors like shooting all the way across like this. No, nothing like that at all. So I mean, if you want to siege somebody on this map, you're going to have to like really put in a lot of effort after a certain threshold. Once you get to like age 4 or 5, sieging takes a really long amount of time. Yeah, basically. Big time. So looks like the Spain goes for advanced trading posts, right? Advanced trading posts will essentially make the TP very cheap to build on this trade route here. If you want to look here, notice how there is a 3 TP trade route here on Jebel Musa that you can really utilize for XP, for resources once you get the stagecoach on it. And then there's also some natives too. You got a Apache site as well as a Jesuit site. If you are the Spain and Belgium player, I would think that you would want to go for these ones because you're going to be dealing with a lot of assault units out of Ethiopia, the Oromo horsemen. So yeah, you're going to definitely maybe consider adding some of those maneuver natives in there. Yeah. So big time, we're probably going to see something like that, I would say. Yeah. Should be pretty interesting to say the least. But who knows? Who knows? It's going to be quite the interesting match to say the least. Alright, so we see market from Ethiopia. I'm presuming Ethiopia is going to go yellow text, right? Yep, yellow spice market. In general, Ethiopia likes to play with the yellow text first because, as you know, the yellow technologies will grant you food crates. Yeah, which is pretty nice. Yeah. Because what ends up happening is you put in so much food to get the technologies from the yellow library text, but you end up making all that food back from the crates that you got. So it's a really nice perk overall for you. Yeah, definitely. And then all you really have to worry about as far as crates is just bringing in coin. And it's a really nice way to get yourself definitely at least an age 3, probably an age 4. Yeah. All the while, all those blue and red techs that you're doing are beefing up your building's HP and beefing up their range attack too, so it doesn't make a rush that easy. Yeah. Ethiopia is truly one of the most brutal turtle civs there are in the game, I would say. Maybe even more turtleish than the Portuguese. Yeah, because with the Portuguese, you're dealing with like regular town centers. With Ethiopia, you're dealing with beefed up town centers that can very easily do a range attack of like 200, 300, 400, something really big that can basically one-shot infantry. So, yeah, Ethiopia's quite the dangerous civ to deal with in this game, to say the least. Yeah. Alright, so looks like we got some Ethiopian villagers here queuing onto the coin. And we see an apartment going up as well. Basically how these houses work with Ethiopia, they start out being really suboptimal. They cost about 150 wood and only give you about 5 housing space. But as you research blue techs, they gain 5 additional housing space. So eventually they go from a really horrible house that only gives you about like 5 units out of it, and then eventually it becomes like a mega good house that only costs 150 wood but houses like 35 population. Kind of like those Kazarma barracks we saw with Bulgaria, right? So just really efficient in that side there. So we see a porter going up here with Ethiopia, and probably we're going to see a tower. That would be my assumption. We're going to see a tower, right? So I believe once you get blue number 2 from the library, which Urban Crowd is, then you can actually start building towers with these porters. Because all really Ethiopia needs to do is just make sure that the enemy doesn't take them out early. And that's pretty easy. As long as you have towers up, your enemy is going to have to sit there for quite a while to siege these towers. And of course your town center is going to be so beefed up and damaged that they're going to lose infantry instantly with each shot that the town center does. Yeah. On the other hand, you got an ally of Japan. So Japan, another really good defensive boom civ that's just really good for turtling with the Shogumas and Kie skirms in the event that the Ethiopia does need a little bit of military to survive. Yep, we see some Kie skirmishers right here coming out of this barracks. These will be a great asset to Ethiopia's defense in their base. I bet they're brewing something on this side of the world, though, over here. Right? So, what is going on? Do we see a... Yep, we do see a fast fortress from the Belgium to go towards Mia Taru's Gatlings. Right? It's the match is described. We also see the research of steam machinery. Steam machinery is the first mining technology that Belgium can do, right? So basically getting out as much coin as possible to back up their Gatlings, pretty much, yeah. Which is pretty good, yep. So going up with the save planner again, just like the first Belgium Jeff game, another town center. Town center probably could go over here. You could also possibly stick it in a crazy spot like over here as well. Just be aware that your opponent would know where you are because of all these shrines. It's one of the magical things that Japan gets to do with their shrines is just have like maximum map control where they literally see everything. They see where you're moving, they see where you're going. Because all those houses are just magically there to see you. So yeah, Japan is definitely strong in that sense. And all the while they're making resources off of it since the shrines trickle resources. More resources when you have up to 4 animals on it from nearby. Whether it be huntable animals or even herdable animals. Yeah. Town center goes in a semi-forward position to this mine here. So basically putting the axis of control along this line pretty much for Belgium. Whereas the Spain is still sort of on their plateau right over here. Pretty much. Do we see any? Nope, we do not even see any real aggro just yet from the other side. But we do see a bit of aggro from Geaf. See, he has built a forward tower here right in the mid-map. And he does have a foundry here too. The foundry will make some Mia Toulouse Gatling guns. Right, some really good artillery against infantry. So really, at this point, it's going to make it kind of impossible for Kap to counter this right now. He's going to want to wait for his ally, Ethiopia, to probably get some Ormos or something of that nature to support him there. Yeah. So we got about 3 of the Gatlings right now, and then 2 more shipping from the home city next. Here's one of those lovely towers I was telling you about of Ethiopia. I do not think he wants to engage with it, though. Right, yeah, I don't think he's going to engage with it directly at this point, nah. So, yep, basically, he's going to hang back, let the Japan come to him. And then when Japan gets a little bit too close for comfort, he's going to load those Gatlings right onto him. Yeah. If I was Spain, I would keep my war dogs nearby. And just offer yourself as a bit of a meat shield distraction. Oh, yep, here we go. Look at those Gatlings work. That was a really good push right there, yep. Actually going to deny him a shrine too. Yeah, very nice. Might want to get out there with your monk there with the smoke bomb, but it looks like it's a little too late. Alright, some more Mia Toulouse coming out from the back there. A total of 7 Gatlings. Right, so that's a really good push. And then the Spain to boot ships in about 2 Falconets. So we got a lot of artillery right now between the Spain and the Belgium. About 9 cannons in total between the two. This is really good against infantry, and it's great for siege. Great for siege. I'm thinking in this situation they knew Ethiopia was going to turtle up, and they figured they'd brute force it by going for siege units of some nature. Yeah, that would be my only guess of why they set it up this way, yeah. And these are allied skirmishers from the Spanish, so just hanging a bit of maneuver there. Very smart. See, one thing that could go wrong, you could have a Japan that goes with Yabazumes in Age 3, those wonderful heavy anti-artillery sniping cav archers, and completely wreck your artillery army. So yeah, it's good to have a few skirmishers built in right now. Look at how much HP is on these towers, though. It's taking these Gatlings like so long. Oh, here comes the camels. The camel riders. Comes the camels. Yep. You should have expected that. I mean, yeah. That's one way to rain on your parade there. Having some cav come in top of you. It looks like most of the artillery actually survived, though. You know. The Falk survived, and most of the Mia Toulouse survived as well, and they will continue to push onto that tower. Right? Some pikemen do come in from the Spaniards as well as some line infantry, so a bit of anti-cavalry protection now, which is good. We notice no military production from the Belgium anymore, so they just go in industrial with the Sion Industriel to get some heavy cannons. Maybe. That's what I would expect. Alright, so the first tower is breached. Now they're going to move right towards this positioning of Japanese infantry. Gets a nice free volley on there on the skirms. Does some pretty massive damage there, yeah. But Kap is pretty smart. He knows to go with the stable and get some Gunto riders. They know they're going to need lots and lots of hand cavalry to pressure these cannons. It's the only way. It's the only way it's going to work. So Mia Toulouse start sieging away the tower, but I'm afraid they don't really have anywhere to go besides out. See, they're going to get cornered pretty easily between these camel riders and the Gunter riders that Japan is doing. So I don't know what they're going to do about that. You know, it's a little bit risky. Not going to lie, it's a little risky. Pikemen need to get back, though. They need to get back to those cannons and they need to protect. Right? So yeah, pretty much. Looks like those Mia Toulouse are going to go into some sort of bombard mode there to attack the infantry, pretty much. Yep. Very good. Very nice. Oh boy, coming from behind with the camels. Wow, look at that maneuver there. But the pikemen were right in the right spot at the right time, though. But not enough of them. Definitely not enough of them. Definitely underestimated Alucard's ability to get a huge army of them out, though. So yeah, they're going to lose all their artillery now. Yeah, basically. Basically, they lost most of that. They lost all their artillery, but they did take out most of the camels, though. Yeah. Problem is, at this stage with Ethiopia, you got to be afraid of this card. Oh, wait a minute. No, he's gotten rid of it. He doesn't have Goa migration anymore. I was going to say that would have probably been a big concern, the Goa migration card. So, yeah. He did send Prazo, though, so he does have another town center up. Right, so that's one thing to be concerned about. TC over here, TC over here, and TC over here. So, yep. So that's a lot of town centers, pretty much, that you have to worry about. So it's going to be virtually impossible to go for a siege at this point. Yeah, that being said, though, it looks like Kap and Alucard are going for a counteroffensive towards middle of the map. There are some Belgian towers there, though, so it's not going to be super easy. You're going to have to fight for it a bit. So the Belgium did go to Age 4 as predicted, so they are getting that Sion Industrial there, right? So then they can produce some heavy cannons, some steel guns, which you see a few of right here, these heavy pieces of artillery that have a lot of damage behind them. Looks like the camel riders are posing a bit of a danger there, but not too much since there's just such heavy firepower there right now. Yeah. Yep, once the industrial comes down, we're going to see a steady flow of these steel guns to the front lines there. Yeah. Pretty much. Factory should be up pretty soon. Don't get this just yet, Jeff. You want to send advanced artillery because it researches that anyways, the Montigny upgrade. Yeah, unless he just wants to ship in the Meteors right now. Yeah. He's just going for numbers. Is that right? Yeah. So he doesn't care about saving the 250 food and wood, which is understandable. I mean, he'll probably send it later for the added improvement to the stats on the cans, but yeah, I totally get it. Just look at how many Meteors he's just stacking right there. It's pretty substantial, actually. Big time. Just cranking that wheel. Getting those bullets out, yeah. Now, this was a very nifty method from Kap. He actually took advantage of being Japan and actually shipped in fishing boats, which is really smart. So what we got here is we got the Miatrus and steel guns looking for a point of entry to siege one of the buildings, perhaps. Or maybe to snag some vills like down here. Probably could hit some of them with the steel guns, I'm not going to lie. Yep, 2 of them down. Miatrus get another 2. And you can probably pop that market there. If you get the Toshuga Shrine, that's a huge plus. Yeah, big time. Do be aware Japan has their Age 4 timing right now. And they do have their daimyo from the Age Up, the Nagoya Gaishi. Nagoya Gaishi, of course, will be able to stack with all these Kanao cans, and the Kanao basically double as like a culverin, so they'll be able to snipe all these artillery pretty easily. Yeah. Oh, looks like the steel guns are fighting back, though, with the Mitsu. Did you see that? Did you see those rapid-fire attacks actually take out the Kanao cans? We never see that against Kap. We always see people bend the knee to those things, but, no, I guess the combination of steel guns with the Miatrus was able to deal with them. And look at how much infantry just lost. These Miatrus are just really good. Like, I think Captain Link needs to give these things another go, at least in this situation. They're just devastating everything. Oh, wow, look at all those vills that just got zapped and deleted. You can't even make this stuff up. You really can't. Alright, TC is going to be target. Kazan needs to move some line infantry to the back quarter, too. by the way. He needs to... Oh, and then Alucard turns him into the Ormos with that card, so they get super amped up on stats. Wow. Ugh. The wonderful timing of that card just saved them. Big time. Oodles. Look at that. Wow, 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 wow. Just because he changed to... He converted all the Camel Riders to Ormos is how they survived that. If he just fought him as like Camel Riders, they would have been completely sprayed. But the Ormos just had enough HP to last out on that. Very spicy move by Ethiopia. Yeah. So if you didn't know, there is a card that Ethiopia can do here called the Ethiopian Star. Transforms all camels into Ormos. So turns it from like a lower HP scout unit to an assault unit. These things. Other than that, these Ormos are great because they have multipliers against infantry. So they kind of resemble the stats of almost the Spanish Lancers from the Legacy game. Right? The thing that makes the card particularly dangerous, if you look right here, the Camel Rider has stats akin to a Cossack. So the same cost, the same stats, the same population cost of 1. So essentially, you could have like an army of like 100 Camel Riders, 101, and then you'll turn them all into 2-pop cavalry and have way more units than you're normally supposed to of those things, which absolutely changes the match in a huge way. Yeah. It's not going to stop them, though, from defending on the Spanish and Belgian side, though. In fact, we see a big army of pikes and line infantry from Spain developing to protect these Miotarus, these Montigny ones. Alucard is making moves to upgrade his Camel Riders. We just saw the shield upgrade as well as the sword upgrade into the scimitar. And he is going to opt to train more Ormos as well. So we're going to see a mix of camels with Ormos right now. Yep, so these are the camels, these are the Ormos. Mixture of assault and scout together. Yeah, Kazan's Spanish fort is right here. And it's going to set up right at that position, yeah. Fort coming up right over here as well. Very good. Alright, so getting Ormo Stallions. One thing to also keep in mind about the red library text, not only do they improve the range attack of buildings, they also improve the damage of gunpowder units too. So definitely those Neftanyas, those Askaris, those Miel Safaris of Ethiopia are going to get really amped up every time you get a red tech with Ethiopia. Yeah. At this point, you might want to consider getting Maneuver as one of these players, because it looks like there's just so many assault units on the field right now. You got to have like an amped up response to assault units, which the best option is Maneuver. Somebody should make Dragoons as one of these European players here. Either the Spain or the Belgium needs to get Dragoons. Pikemen is the next best thing, but definitely Pikes with Dragoons would just be so good here. Yeah, but I'm understanding, too, they want to have enough to deal with the Japanese infantry. Yeah, see, it's a double factor, right? Alright, so the Belgium does make Dragoons, so they sort of heard me out on that. And they are going to have some Dragoons there. Very good. How is Kazan's economy right now? So Zico's doing really well in coin. His coin is just popping right now. Look at all the coin he's got. He could be getting some falconets right now, honestly. Like, maybe he wants to pop in like 5 falcons. Maybe when that cav is whittled down, but still, like, I would totally maybe think about getting falconets with the field gun upgrade a bit later. Just saying. More Dragoons from the Belgium. Pretty smart move on his part. When do you think he's going to get, like, the guard upgrade on him, too? I don't know, actually. He does get Culves. He's getting Culverins. Not the worst idea. I mean, You know that Japan is going to have some Kanao cannons, right? Well, they don't have... Oh, yep, also these bad ones here, the mound guns. You gotta have something for that as well, and I think Culverins is probably a really appropriate response to that, so... Good for Jeff having some foresight into the future that the heavy artillery was going to become a concern. Now, he's going to need more than 2 of them. He's going to need probably 4 of them. And get the Culverin Royale upgrade on him to really hold the line. But yeah, I mean, so far so good, at least for me. One thing we need to note about this is with the new European Arsenal rework in this patch, there is a technology that actually gives the European artillery a +2 range. So, yeah, basically, these Miyatsurus can go from a range of what they are right now by +2 and actually be able to really get much more favorable outcomes against these infantry. And then the Culves will be able to hit the mound guns from even farther back, making these European civs have a far superior setup with their artillery. Yeah, that's the thing I would say about this is just get ready for the inevitability that these Europeans' artillery are basically going to super snipe the Japanese units. Yeah, the Dragoon numbers are kind of meager right now, so they really can't go for anything too bold right here. They can just sort of dip in and out and sort of target some of their stuff. Is that right? Okay, so we see Ogival Shell there. Ogival Shell, I believe, is going to give some hit points to these cannons, right? No, that might actually be the one that gives them the extra range, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, if I remember correctly. So let's see what ends up happening there with that. Another Culverin in from the Belgium. Yeah, another Culverin coming in. Very smart. Very, very smart. Oh, what? Oh, nice, nice, nice. So Culverin's getting a good shot on these cannons. Culverins might be able to blast another shot into these. Yeah. Let's see. Alright, pikemen go against the cavalry now. Up to the veteran upgrade, so probably good enough to do with the camels, definitely. If they can eat through the camels, that's probably good enough, I would say, for their purpose. Dragoons go into melee to slice up the Gunto riders, as well as the pikes on this side. Yep. Very, very nice. Very nice. In particular, there is a nice new technology now at the European Arsenal called the Paluch that actually gives more multipliers to the hand attack of Dragoons. So they do more multipliers against artillery, scout, and assault, making them really good guardians in melee. Alright, so it looks like they completely beat most of Alucard's cavalry except the assault ones, forcing them into a retreat. Spain is getting fencing school right now to train their infantry a bit faster. And then they're going to go for a serious push. Yeah, looks like it. Very, very nice. Let's see. Montigny's right there, yeah. Good shot there on the cannons, the Knaunaus. Yep. Ooh, nice blast there on those. Very good. Ah, got rid of the general. Lagoa Gagaishi, completely destroyed. Alright, so now we're going to see all that coin really benefit Spain, because now they can make some mercenaries, the Toras. The Toras are a hand cavalry, sort of like a coyote runner that you can do. And they'll be particularly good because they can actually trickle coin on top of being decent like scout units. So yeah, we'll see basically these units really contributing a good front on the melee side, being particularly good against the skirmish and the artillery. So basically that combo of dragoons and pikemen paid off very well against those Ormos, and they completely shredded them. Oh wow, look at these Gatlings working so well on the Shagumas. Yeah, the mortars went a little bit too far there, but the Gatlings are going to save them now. Wow, look at that. Boy, let's see. You got aim on this one now. Yep. I got aim on this one. Yeah, alright. Do something about... Ah, man. You could have saved that one if you paid a little bit more attention. It's fine, though. I mean, they're still pushing. Oh, boy. We got the palaces now. These things are mega-sized fortresses that Ethiopia can build. Basically, it's like a full-size fort that can train their ultimate unit, and as well as heavy artillery like the mountain guns as well as the Sevastopols too. So this is a good way to stop your opponent from advancing too far, this big beefy fort. Unfortunately though, they have some howitzers here still, so those are going to be going right into stopping these palaces basically. But he is doubling up with the second palace, so he's building a wall of fortresses here to keep them out. Absolutely insane. We do see this card here, Empecaniano. Basically, this is the same as that old team archaic infantry card. So what it does is, it makes it so pikemen, early skirms, and late game skirms with Spain train like 50% faster. So basically, skirms and pikemen will like instantly train by the time you get that. It's pretty insane, actually. We're going to see like huge, gigantic armies of pikemen coming to save Jeff's artillery now. So just be prepared for that. We're going to see like mega armies of like pikemen rushing in to defend. Yeah. It looks like Kazan actually grabs both the Apache and the Jesuit sites too. So he's going to be adding in natives to protect his friend as well with that. Yeah. The Ethiopia goes full Askari skirmisher, so a complete transition from assault to skirmish, right? And 2 more mountain guns coming in too. Yep. Notice how he's an Imperial Age, and that's why you see these two again. So he basically went to Imperial and he got to reship that card once again. Yeah. So yep, let's see these mortars get to work on that palace. I see them shelling out right now. Here we go. Palace going down. Palace will be destroyed. Will they get the second one, though, is the question. Alright, so Dragoons get right in the front there to dispatch the cannons. Toras getting right on top of the Askari since they're scout class and they're really good against skirmishers. Mortars need to move forward to this palace at the same time. Down that. Keeping a few pikemen on the side, though, because you never know what Japing might do. Just so much units here that the Askaris can't defend, and they're being sprayed by the Miatarus in the back, which is even worse. Let's see if another palace can go down. If you can get another palace down, that basically strips them of that frontal base defense that they really need. Take out that palace, very good. Spain getting their first factory, it looks like. Very smart. We might see the Tercio Vascongado card at some point turn all the skirms into Chapel Gores. That would actually be a really powerful push. They would basically eliminate most of the infantry here that you see. Ooh, Killises. We see some Killises. Those were from the Age Up, right? I think so. They might have overextended a bit because I see a foundry, couple foundries here, but nothing to protect. So what? Oh, what's going on over here? We see we see Conks and Apaches attacking the Vills, as well as some line infantry sieging at the spice shop up there. So they are attacking now from both sides of the plateau. It's no longer a single front war; it's a double fronted war, right? Watch out for these though, the Mihel Safaris. The Mihel Safaris are a really special skirmisher that has some very unique stats. They have multipliers against skirmishers, dragoons, and artillery, so they don't behave like normal skirms. They're actually what we consider to be called anti-skirms, so they skirms that destroy skirms. But they can also obviously destroy artillery, and then they can fight dragoons as well. So they're very flexible. That's kind of the unit that Alucard needs here to fight those cannons. He needs like some pretty big batches of these Mihals to be able to do it pretty much. But they are expensive. If you look right here, notice how they cost a bit of export too. So food, gold, and export. Which is why the fact that all these vills were raided up here near the spice shop is like really bad. Because if Alucard wants to keep up with the Mihel Safaris, he's going to need to keep gathering these spice stalls right away in his base if he wants to be able to keep up with their production. So yeah, that's pretty severe on his side there, pretty much. Alrighty then, so what now? What's the next push going to look like? That is the question, folks. I don't know, actually. I don't know. So, looks like Kazan has upgraded his pikemen to the Zaguanetes. The Zaguanetes are essentially the Royal Guard upgrade to these pikemen, so replacing the Tercio upgrade. All it does is, upgrades the pikeman by 40% and gives it a cool reskin. So, in the Legacy game, when you research Tercio, all it did was give the pikeman like a special looking helmet. Here it gives them like a full new uniform, gives them a new hat, and it turns their pike into a halberd too. So it makes them into a whole new looking soldier pretty much. Notice the halberd there instead of the pike. So, yeah, really cool, pretty much. Now we see guard line infantry as well. Guard hussars. That's a lot of scout units there by the Belgium, probably in response to all the skirmishers that they're seeing now. Yep. So the palaces will go up on this side now, so they're expecting a push over here from that end. So they're going to have to do something about that. The Spain is getting Cornet, getting their Pelisse, breastplate, Paluch. So basically getting all of their mainly cavalry upgrades, yeah. Cornet gives more armor to the scout units. Pelisse, I believe, gives more, I think more siege to the cavalry, more speed. I know that the breastplate gives more HP to the assault units, and then Paluch is the one I mentioned that actually gives the increased multipliers for dragoons and melee. So good against their cav counters as well as their artillery counters, yeah. Oh, interesting. It looks like Kazan did get a Zoe's cookbook this game because I noticed the population cap is at about 205 instead of 200. Which means a little bit more troops for Kazan to mass this game, which will be very helpful. They're going to forward base here now and set up on this side, which is pretty smart. What they realize is they've basically did a good job at cleaning out Kap, so now they have to do the same to Alucard and drain his base of resources. Going in against Japan then would just be a waste of time because they're already pretty much cleaned out really well. All they have to do now is sort of do the same treatment to the Ethiopian side of the plateau, and they should be in pretty good shape. Actually, really good shape, so we'll see how that ends up turning out here. Pretty much. Oh boy, look at all these Ascaris taking advantage of the high ground like Obi-Wan Kenobi there. Look at that. But they definitely tried it though, and then it ended all the same, just pretty much, yeah. Let's see though. Mia Toulouse take the front. They're going to be the really important piece that's going to like completely shred the infantry. And they're just going to have to make sure no sort of like shock units or artillery destroys them at all. Yeah, it looks like they are doing escorts here for Ethiopia, so mostly you're going to have to run the pikes at them, basically, and charge at them, pretty much, as soon as, you see them. The Japan is doing canal nows, though, so, yeah, be aware of those canal nows. That's like an actual long-range artillery threat you need to be, like, keenly aware of. Best thing to do, yeah, is going to be plopping down those Mia Toulouse and just forcing the infantry back. Sadly, though, you got the Mihel Safaris mixed in, so those will actually be able to return some really good fire on your cannons. So you have to be very, very careful of that, pretty much. Seeing as there's no real skirmisher units here, though, the Mihels will not be as good against the pikemen as they would be skirms. So that's sort of good on the Jeff side of things, yeah. They're using the Mia Toulouse right on top of the canal nows, taking out the artillery first, which is very smart. Yep, move those a little forward there, and then just shred apart that artillery, yeah. Here comes the pikeman. Looks like they're all getting clumped up together, though, which is making it hard for them to move in, honestly, and they're getting completely shredded by all those Kie skirms. Yeah. Oh, boy. Good defense there by Alucard and Kap, honestly. They held the line really well there in the sand. Now they're completely driven bare of their army, so what now? So basically the Spain's just going to, like, send huge, gigantic armies of pikemen all the way down here now. He could just come up through here and start sieging away at Japan. Exactly what he's going to do, folks. Exactly what he's going to do. What does Jeff do, though? Where's Jeff going to... So Jeff is going to set up hussars in the back of the base, where his stuff is. And the tercios, or the zaguanetes as they're called now, are just going to ram right in there for the buildings. Not even thinking about anything else. Just get the shrines out, take out the castle, attack villagers, just become a total wrecking ball of this side of the map. So, yeah, they're all focused trying to fight over here. Got hussars trying to fight them on this side too, so that the Zanguanetes here can just go right for the villagers in the buildings. Yep, they are actually starting to wipe out vills regardless of their small hand attack, which is quite good. Yep. And then start sieging away at that barracks as well, which is really good. Take out that consulate. Yeah, so what are they going to do? Are they just going to push here, or what? Well, all this is going on. Oh, no, he's getting the Golden Pavilion now. That's big. Once you take out the Golden Pavilion, And we could review what Kap is doing. He's doing like range attack, right? So as soon as this golden pavilion goes down, you're going to notice the stats on the Shigumas actually falter. Yep. Yep, their stats are going to go down now after that. Yes, notice how their range attack is now a mere 33 now. So that was a pretty big, you know, attack there. Now the Hussars are going to start grinding into all these Ascaris. These Sanguinettes are just going even deeper into their bases. Going right after their town center there. Quite big. Alright, the Japan knows he has to do something. He has to, like, force them on their position now. Otherwise, it's not looking too good. Not enough Sanguinettes to siege the TC, though. Unfortunately, Sanguinettes are making another push, a minor one towards the shrine, taking out one. Looks like Guard Dragoons trying to eke up behind here and take out that cannon. Right? Which is pretty smart. Here comes the Miyatsurus. That would be perfect for basically suppressing this entire Japanese push of infantry. Exactly what you want there, pretty much, yeah. So that's good. Should be pretty nice. Dragoons going into melee, trying to do as much damage as possible, knowing that they'll probably be sacrificed, but it's totally worth it. And now we see a big army of skirms grouped in with steel guns. Yep. Do we see the... Yep, we do see the Tercio's Vasconando card there. Vascongando card. Basically, all these regular skirms will be turned into mercenary skirmishers. The Chapelgoris or the... sometimes they're called the Chapelgoris and sometimes they're called the other thing, the Pisoteros. So that'll be quite good. Because those mercenaries cost about 2 pops, so... Yeah, you're getting a really good steal out of that, pretty much. Yep. Look at this big, beefy army of Pisoteros coming in now. There you go. 34 range attack, not bad. Now pushing really well. Mia Toulouse holding the line here. They are going to be met with a huge army of infantry, though, including some Mihals left over in escorts, so they have to be careful there. They are being somewhat helped by the native cavalry from Kazan, though. So what point of attack are they going to go in here? So they're going to go... They're going to shell at this stable first, so there's no cavalry to counter them. Now we see Miyatsurus, Hussars, and Dragoons in a combined front here. Hold off both armies for now. No, I think, yeah, definitely the Japanese infantry is going to be completely wiped out at the very least. Right? Also, a lot of these Ascaris are going to be completely discarded as well. And the steel guns are just, like, completely shelling their way through all these cantonments right now, too. Which is going to lead to some tactical gains here by Kazan pushing in. Yep, just take out that rice paddy, is that right? That should be very powerful indeed. Oh, here comes the Ormos again. The Ormos are back. Let's see what happens with that. Looks like Chapelgoris are somewhat holding. They are dealing with multipliers against infantry, though, so it's not the easiest thing to deal with. It looks like they do hold them off for now. But I would expect Alucard to be continuing more. Oh boy, he's adding in the steel helmet. Steel helmet is the HP upgrade, the second one. So he's basically looking to turn these into Imperial Ormos now, with their very cool looking gold. And I used to think it was like a purple colored helmet. Yeah. So what color are these helmets? I thought they were... So they're definitely the Civ's color, right? Are they purple? Is that me? Is there purple there? Or like gold or something? Some sort of luster to the helmet or whatever. So yeah, it looks like they're definitely using that. Steel guns are going to just completely shred all of these shrines though and completely cripple the Japan. I think if they knock out the Japan, then it just turns into a 2 versus 1. That's what Kazan's going for there, is just wiping out all of Japan's base holdings at this point. Yep. Alright, so all but one shrine was wiped out, which is pretty powerful. Now it's just Ethiopia for themselves at this point, yeah. Still trying to hold off all these Gatling guns and Hussars from the Belgium. Right. Getting the dum-dum bullets now, even though we don't see any Neftanyas just yet. Dum-dum bullets is a trade-off card that reduces Neftanya range attack by 15%, but it gives the bullets 1 splash. So it's almost becomes like a quasi-artillery unit in a way. That, you know, will basically be attacking multiple things at once, which is quite powerful. It's really the same thing as the Iconocopias that you have in Definitive Edition. Literally the same concept. The musketeer that has 1 splash and its range attack. Yeah, I wonder if that's where they even came up with that idea from over at Roll Zeds or whatever. They just looked at the Dum Dum Bullets card in Wars of Liberty Ethiopia and said, you know what? Let's make a native out of that. That's a great idea. So yeah, they probably did that. So this is Shotel Swords. This is the final upgrade to the Ormos hand attack. Turn it into a much better melee. These will be really good against infantry now, pretty much. Japan is like completely cooked at this point, yeah. Japan is completely cooked. Kazan is an Imperial Age, mind you, too, so he's actually going to start getting like Imperial Line infantry now. So he's going to be able to somewhat keep up with the Ormos, at least on an upgrade ground. Yeah. All the while, you're still going to have the Belgium attacking from this flank as well, which is going to, you know, crunch them for space. Like a mega crunch for space there, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so cavalry comes up the backside. They're just going for maximum damage campaign at this point, yeah. Oh, Kap is going with the Wonder. Which Wonder? He is going with the Great Buddha. Ah, so even if he loses everything, he can still give his allies some line of sight of what's going on with the enemy. That's a pretty courteous thing to do, honestly. Really doesn't have too many options right now concerning his eco stuff, yeah. Like, Kap's villagers are now starting to get completely finished off over here. Like, he's going to have no villagers left when this is all done, yeah. Yeah, he's like losing the last of his like vills right now. He'll get the Wonder up and probably give him like one like sight of what's going on, but he's like mostly finished at this point, yeah. Okay, so Jeff is shelling from this position with howitzers with a few backup Montigny's there. And Spain is making their move now with Imperial Line Infantry and steel guns and foot artillery. So, falconets. This is like a full push right on this. Oh, they just denied a palace. That was very, very clever. One less defense there they has to worry about. He's going to get into position to fight off these Ormos now with the line infantry. Yep. The good thing about like musket infantry when you're fighting assault is the ones in the middle of the formation can still fire their bullets at them. So it's almost like a tight pack of like big army of musketeers is actually good against assault because all those bullets are eating into their HP. It's still really against them favor-wise, but yeah, at least they're getting some damage in with the bullets, I guess. When you're with pikemen, you're not necessarily able to do that because all the pikemen have to try to surround them and hitbox them, and it's not as easy. Looks like Alucard does defend that front, and now he's got this front up here to deal with. He's got a big army of dragoons to fight the Ormos with, and mortars starting to shell on his position. The Montigny Minotaurs are now Imperial upgraded, which means they're going to be absolutely good shredding machines against infantry and buildings. Yeah, 100%. Does he deny him another palace, though? That would be a good move. I don't think Alucard can technically fight them both, though. Yeah, because every time he goes to fight the other one up here, the other one's going to start squabbling down here next. Yeah. Literally. It's literally what's going to happen. Alright, Dragoons going up to Imperial upgrade. That's definitely the unit that you need here against Ormos. Just saying. Yep, you're definitely going to see a huge improvement in how those Dragoons perform now. Big time. And then in the south, we see barracks from the Spain. So probably going to take a big army of like the spearmen and just run right through the base there. Yeah. We'll see though. We'll see. Maybe Alucard can maybe like force them back or something. Yeah, he really can't go too far because if he goes into like Belgium, Spain just attacks him from the south and destroys his entire position. If he had a Japan still alive and backing him up, he could do something, but right now he just doesn't have that. It's just not possible. Nope, not at all. Yep, get him into melee. That's probably the best thing to do against skirmish when it's such a small number. But now he has to deal with this army now again, because he knows he's going to be massing up the line infantry on him. Yep, absolutely. Honestly, Alucard is just holding out really well against like both armies constantly. Yeah. Settler comes back in for some reason. I don't know what it's going to build. Oh, the Dragoons have joined Kazan's side now to fight off the Ormos. Yeah. They're going to go for a double front down here now. That could be pretty serious, honestly. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. They fought that off, and now they're going to go for this Ascari group now. Yep. Hussars coming down the south now to make a flank onto all these villas, yeah. Japan is building a consulate and a barracks How much export does Kap have? He does not have a lot, so he might not be able to add that much to the battlefield. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Steel guns do a perfect, like, bowling alley worthy shot right into the middle of those Ascaris there. So it'll strike out, and then line infantry and dragoons doing their best to mitigate the Ormos and let the steel guns do their job, which is sieging. I mean, if they're doing dragoon plus line infantry like that, like a wombo combo of stuff, then it's virtually impossible to, yeah, make that happen pretty much. Yep. Oh, mountain guns out of the palace is like a last line of defense. Yeah, very smart trick, but unfortunately there's like hussars and dragoons right on top of them countering what they're doing. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh. How much resources there's Kazan on? And Jeff. Ah, okay. So yeah, quite the interesting turn of events there, yeah. Just doing a few of the Ondabushis there to provide some sort of defense for his ally. Oh, police elephants. We haven't seen this the whole match. We haven't seen police elephants yet. These are the ultimate unit of Belgium. They're essentially like literal war elephants. They have area of effect, high damage, high hit points, even a bit of hand armor too. They are actually like a super beefed up heavy cavalry that just shreds everything. Like, look at all those camels getting completely stomped by them, and then they're going to stomp over the skirms. I'm surprised we didn't see any of these from Jeff earlier, but I guess because he was doing so much stuff with the dragoons, he just didn't have the food and wood to make them. Now that he can afford to do it, because his ally is supporting him, the police elephants are just going to completely ransack his entire line of camels. Yeah, exactly. But they do leave the cannons vulnerabilized, though, and that's not good. We see some more Zanguinetes there coming in now with the line infantry, so a bit of a combo of different stuff. Ah, they hold the line. Steel guns safe. Another steel gun safe there too. Very good. Very nice. Degradados. We usually don't see that card this late in the game, but I really probably didn't have too many options now. It's a card that lets you send beefed up pistoleros from the home city for Ethiopia. But at this point, with just so much Imperial Age stuff going on, pistoleros just don't have any chance at all. No. Which is unfortunate, yeah. Looks like he is trying to get Neptanias, but they're far from, like, upgraded. I think he's got, like, the veteran upgrade going, but that's about it. Now you got, like, a isolated Japan with, like, nothing, yeah. Good game, GG. That was a really good match. That was a really good 2 versus 2 there. Hats off to the teams for doing that. That was a good 2 versus 2 there. That was awesome. We got to see more 2 versus 2s like that. That was just good coordination from both sides, good strategies, good tactics. That was really anybody's game. I mean, But yeah, definitely the build order of Jeff was totally something unexpected. Going all in with the Montigny Gatling guns like that. That was pretty awesome, honestly, yeah. So, what do we do now? Let's go into the next game. What is it called? Let me find what the rec is called. 2 versus 2 random civs. So they're doing random civs. How do you do random civs if there's no random civ option in the game? I have no idea, man. How are they even doing that? This one should be pretty interesting to see what they try here. So we got Alucard and Jeff versus Kap and Geaf. Okay, should be interesting. Honestly, pairing up Kap with Geaf feels a little bit of a safer one because I know Kap. Yeah, he performs quite good actually, so I think he'd probably be a good defender of Geaf in this one. So what civs are they doing? So we got Alucard playing Chile. We got Jeff playing Zulu. Kap is doing Romania. And Geaf is playing Dutch. A lot of good civs here, honestly. So, biggest one I'm going to be watching is that Zulu with Jeff. I want to see what sort of Zulu tactics he's got for us today. I am really pumped up for this one. Big time. Yeah, this is going to be phenomenal. I can already tell already. So if you got a Chile and Zulu, you're going to have a really good economy. Chile's just going to be basically growing lots of resources between food and coin. They're going to have the Salitrera making the wood crates. They need to keep that going up. And then obviously the Zulu is going to have a really early access to the lots gather rate upgrades as long as they have the right cards. So this is going to be really good economic team. If they do want to go for a push, of course Zulu is going to be one of the S tier civs to do that. Zulu is an S tier civilization, but so is the Dutch on the other side of Geaf. So Dutch is an S tier and Zulu is an S tier civ. So we got 2 S tier civs, and then I would probably put Romania in the... I classify them as a C-tier civilization right now. Yeah, a low-tier C-tier civ, because they're not really the strongest civ out there, but they can totally do some stuff. And then, obviously, Chile would be probably your A or B-tier civ. Yeah. Just because, while they do have good economy, they do some units pretty well, like maneuver and stuff, where they're quite specialized in. They're just not, they don't have a mega economy, mega military, right? Obviously, they get that cool card that gives the Lanceros a multiplier against Villies, but nothing really else beyond that, pretty much. No. Just quite good. Yep. So, what do we got here for a deck? What is this Chile running? So, Chile is running the Salitrera card, of course. Sociedad de la Igualdad. What else? Inquilinaje. Allows you to make your villagers from mills and plants. That's good. We see really all of the battalion and Vivandera upgrades except for the hand one up here. We do see desert frontier combat for the frontier cav and escopeteros. Volantes, artisanals. It's a pretty combative deck. It's actually called 1v1. So this is a deck Alucard would actually use in 1v1. So he is preparing for a big, powerful push from Kap and Geaf combined. Yep. And then let's see some of the other decks. So Zulu. Zulu is running Octavi Mining Company, but it's sadly not the card that helps the farming out. That's a little sad. That is a little sad because that would have really helped him out bigly there. But he does have this important card, Octavi. Octavi basically removes the coin cost from your rocks, which is the way that Africans gather coin is through rocks, which are basically mines that they can quickly gather from. And then mineral concessions. This is like one of the most important late game cards for Zulu because it allows you to take a huge sum of coin and turn it into an even huger sum of export. If you're looking to do any sort of late game mountain gun stuff for making Ishikulus, you're going to need this card. So it's good that he packed this with him today. Yeah. Also, International African Association just makes your life easier because it allows your spice stalls to make the spice. It allows your spice shop to make the spice stalls for free over time. So you don't have to manually just keep clicking over there and maintaining it. Right. It automates at least one part of your economy, which is good. Since for Africans pretty much, they usually can get some really good gather rates, like a lot of resources, but they have to like work for it and constantly keep checking in on their farms, keep checking on the rocks for the coin, keep checking on the spice stalls. It gets a little cumbersome, but when you get anything that automates it a bit, that is like really going to be good for you pretty much. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Without a doubt. So now we got the, looks to be infantry mobility coming out from the Zulu there. Basically, all of the red library texts improve the movement speed of infantry, just so you're aware of that. It's like a really neat little perk that basically gives them really good mobility on the map so that they can do a lot of stuff. I can't quite recall if it also benefits shock infantry like to Impactities. But if it does, that would actually be pretty cool as well, because then you'd have some really speedy cav to run around with, too. Looks like Jeff ended up making about 4 Impy. Oh, wait a minute, no, he got that from Red Library, too, so that's basically some free units there. Impy are musketeers. So, even though they don't hold a musket, they like throw spears. They're actually a musketeer unit. What makes them different than normal musketeers is they have the rate of fire of an archer, which is kind of cool. You know, it basically makes them the same as the Hulkan Javelineers from the Definitive Edition game. So, yeah, notice how fast they're throwing the spears at. They're just really good at like constant volleys of like range attacks, pretty much. They're just really good at like keeping the enemy corralled in their base, targeting bills, you name it. Quite good, actually. I think the Hulkan Javelineers were probably inspired by the Impi and Moors of Liberty with the Zulu just because of the nature of their stats and stuff, which is pretty neat. But then again, what ended up happening is they end up taking the Impi stats and basing them off of the Hulkan Javelineer pretty much to make it feel a little bit more balanced. Because what used to happen is they used to have the same rate of fire, but they had more range damage than a musketeer does. So it was interesting, to say the least. They could literally do really impossible feats pretty much, which is kind of insane. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so we got some Savicos from Alucard as well to join in with the Impi pretty much, yeah. But it looks like now they have to engage with the Andantans. The Andantans are a native musketeer that the Dutch can ship from their home city. They're really statistically garbage, but they ship in like gigantic numbers pretty much, yeah. Also, we see some flankers coming in too. Flankers can be quite scary since they have a really good movement speed and they have the properties of both a skirmisher and a musketeer. In melee, they are obviously good against hand cav, and then at range, they actually have multipliers against dragoons, and also some increased range of like 16. So yeah, not the unit that you normally want to deal with, pretty much, since they can really clean up everything that you do. Yeah, that's mainly what you have to be concerned about with them. Kap doing some Dornabanti and Hajuks on that side. So it looks like both Fiero and Kap are pushing out in their respective directions. I would think that the flankers should be able to handle the Civicos as long as they're paying attention and not slacking off at all there. But he looks like he's slacking a bit. So I would be a little worried, yeah. Well, at least get the range. I would split off the Andantans from the flankers and let the flankers survive. And let the Andantans, like, take all the heat. That's fine, too. That's fine, too. He's making a bit of a difference, which is fine. Here comes some Grenadiers, though, too. So Grenadiers will definitely be good against infantry, which is quite good. Ooh, yep. Look at that. Knocked his hat right off. Very smart. Then they can siege right away at that TP, which is pretty good. Quite good, actually. TP is down. Very nice. Take out that Vil. Take out some more Vils. Oh, Bowman. Jeff has changed to Bowman. Pretty nice, actually. So the Bowman here, these archers, have the same stats as the Seminole Sharktooth Bowman, so they're actually quite good. It's a spammable unit, pretty much, yeah. I hate to see the waste of those tradesmen, though. That's quite bad. Because the tradesman should be on the spice stalls, gather and export, but he's just losing them for free there, which is like really unfortunate, yeah. I get it that you're dealing with the combined front, though, so I guess it's kind of understandable. Kind of. Just a weeny bit. Definitely we see the Bowman being a great asset up here in the north. You know, like raining down arrows on all these infantry. The Chief here does a good job at tanking. But now that the Chief is sort of in the back, now the Bowman will resume like ripping through the Dorbanti muskets now. Do you see any more Bowman? Probably. Just enough Bowmen to scare off their infantry for now, it looks like, yep. Jeff did send the card Musical Bows. Musical Bows actually increases the Bowman's range by 1. It makes it so that when you're training them, they actually give you more XP bounty. That part not so important, but definitely the plus range part, +1 range part is quite good. Because then it means they can actually outrange these early skirms like the Hajuks quite easily, which is pretty good, you know. Means they're going to have much more favorable fights between the extra range and their better rate of fire over them, as you can imagine. Yep, take out that statue. Alright, so Bowman in fire now. Young Gale's got a really good charge attack in there, good volley. Good thing about the Young Gales compared to other Grenadiers, their cooldown on the grenade throw is actually very short. So within a pretty short amount of time, they'll be back to like throwing more grenades. Yep, see, they're already back to throwing grenades again, folks. So yeah, this is a really good unit to have for stuff, yeah. I think the Young Gales and Bowman are winning. Oh, never mind. It looks like the Cowrass are kind of becoming a real problem. These very low statted one pop cavalry that Romania can do, yeah. They seem to be becoming a bit of an issue there, honestly. Jeff doing some spearmen now to try to fight the hand calves off, both the Hussars and the Calarassi. Very smart. Gives the Young Gales the time to retreat, which is probably good. Bowman trying their best to hold out here and stall for time, giving the Yongios a chance to come up from the south there and flank them. Very tricky tactic there, honestly. Yep. Yeah, the worst thing is these Cowrass literally get in your way and they end up ruining the whole charge attack of the Grenadiers. It's so annoying sometimes. Yep. Hopefully he can beat this one. Ah, no, he couldn't. He couldn't beat it in time. I mean, he's got to have some grenade throws left. But I guess they're doing good. But it would have been great if he had the whole front line of them doing it too. I think I could have wiped out much more of that infantry. Some Opackety Clubman there, yep. Very good. It kinda going down, it looks like, yep. Ah, there you go. Looks like they hold the line pretty well there. Trying to look at something here. Basically, what I was trying to figure out was if Fiero had any early game sort of farming cards like sustainable agriculture, rum distill, or anything like that. Because what actually ends up happening is these food settlers actually gather from mills 30% faster at their base rate. So they become absolute beasts at farming stuff. So you're going to notice a lot of food here from these mills compared to what they normally would be from a villager. Yeah. For them, it's almost like hunting or berry gathering. Oh wow, look at that. The Yungio's right on top of the Vordun. That charge attack did a pretty good job at like really denting it, yeah. So now we see Bowman and Yungio's grouped up together there. Going for a push. Fiero's forward base attempts are getting completely squashed. More Yungio's coming in the back as well. Looks like, yep. Some Impacity too, holding the front line and pressuring the Vills and the Vordun even further. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calarasi raid right here. I do think the Yungio should be able to handle it, though. At least from the looks of it, yeah. Yeah, I think they can handle it. Back over here, we see a line of bowmen take the front, and all the Yungios in the back as the rain support. Yep, now they can make a move towards those settlers there, which is pretty good. Oh wow, look at those Impacity up here in this corner, raiding the Vills. That's pretty spicy indeed, yep. Big time. But now they're going to start making a siege onto that town center now, yep. Very, very spicy indeed, yeah. Dutch TC is about to go down. And all the pressure will be on the Romanian. Yep. Watch out for those snagging Caloras, though. That could be a big issue. It's going to get a lot of free Yungeos out of that. It's going to need those Yungeos to get the final siege done, though, since Bowman's siege is kind of poor, about only 10. At least Kap is sort of capping the the influx of soldiers, though, with his units there, which is smart. Kap is capping the army. Yep, capping their army size. Capping the cap. Yungil's doing a good job at holding the line there with the Escopateros. Should be able to fight off that branch, yep. More Calarasi coming in. But here comes more Yungios with a bit more freedom now without them doing melee with them, that they'll actually be able to join the rest of the army there and go for a full push. Take out that stable. Out of sync. I'm pretty sure who won that, though. I think it was Team Zulu in Chile. Most likely. Yep. I'll just boot out of that quickly so we can reboot again into the next one. Good match, though. I mean, I wasn't expecting any surprise like the Zulu tonight, so that was definitely a great match. Made in heaven, in a way. So, which record are we looking at now? It's Fast Industrial Uruguay versus Tactic British. So it's sound like a Jeff versus Faringo game. Let's see what this one is all about. I'm almost really interested in this one. Let's see. It says F1, but I'm assuming it's Fast Industrial. I will scroll over to here, and we will see what they got. Here we go. So we got Jeff playing Uruguay. It's actually one of his stronger civs. And then on the other side, we got Kaiser playing British. So a strong British versus a strong Uruguay. This should be pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to this. I think both sides probably have something to bring to the table here, and I really don't know who's going to win this one. So just keep that in mind. It's really anyone's game at this point. Obviously, British can go for a pretty good combination of marriages to do really well here. The Uruguayans will obviously build a pretty good winning combo of immigrant units to go for. So it's really anyone's game here of who might be able to win it. So we'll have to really look between the lines and see what both sides are doing. Figure out what their method's going to be, like what marriages namely it's going to be what marriages does Kaiser do for British? What immigrants does Jeff end up going for? Does he have Spanish immigrants in his deck? What does he got? And just build sort of like a narrative like that and a profile with both sides so we know, okay, this is what we're going to expect from that side and this side. So yeah, let's see what ends up happening on either side of the aisle here pretty much, yep. Yeah, I mean, probably what it's going to be, if we're getting Fast Industrial, it's going to be Rockets and Household Blues and possibly Redcoats versus Late Game, Blandinguis, and various immigrant units. As from what I've seen so far, the best combination for Fast Industrials Uruguay is Arab, French, CSA. That way you get dynamite cannons from the CSA and their skirmishers. You get the maneuver unit, the scout unit, and the doppel-cylinder type hand infantry from the French. And then you get good musketeers from the Arabs. That's what I usually prescribe to people to do, right? It looks like all of the decks have Spanish immigrants built in, so that's good. So he'll have that option as well. We'll see if that ends up becoming a thing here. So, from what we see here, we got about 300 wood coming in for Uruguay. I would normally recommend you go with Boltissimo first, before you do anything else. Yeah, I would go Boltissimo. I think in this particular instance, Jeff might be going for the wood because of the trade route. This is a trade route map. So, yeah. It would make total sense for him to go onto this socket and then go onto this one next. I think that's a pretty reasonable investment strategy to do, I think. So we'll see, though. We'll see what ends up happening here. But that's personally what I would say about this one.
¿Qué querés? A sus órdenes.
Just go with the Prince of Orange marriage. It essentially reworks the British town centre to work like a Dutch civ. Thus, you get 33 villas of settlers you can build, 33 settlers of the wood villagers you can build, and 33 of the coin villagers that you can build. Yeah. So yeah, basically it helps diversify your economy. If you're running low on a particular resource, you can still train villas. Yeah, it's kind of a nifty system to get with British when you go with that marriage. On the other hand, with Jeff, we got the German wave, the first German wave. So in this particular instance, this will give Jeff access to 3 different immigrant units. A Yuan, so the Diabo cavalry, give him access to the Brummer, which is a skirm, and then the Krupp steel can, which is a culverin / mortar hybrid. So going Germany as a start isn't a bad idea either. I just don't think it's the most strongest option. But he could totally do some stuff with it and maybe, I don't know, figure something out. Yeah. I think you can still get back to CSA if you go with Croats, at least if I recall correctly. Go Croat but that would be another skirm. Then you'd have like 3 skirmishers, so I don't know about that. It's kind of the pitfall you fall into when you start with Germany. Like, you're either forced to stick with Germany or go with another immigrant that literally just has another skirmisher. Nothing too vibrant there, nothing too new. At least when you're going with like Arabs, you're going from musket to like hussar, dragoon, doppelsoldier, and then you're finishing it off with like skirmisher cannon, heavy cannon. So feels like you're always getting new, fresh stuff. When you go with the German immigrant path, it just feels a little bit stale, like stale bread. Yeah. Important for this deck is the fact that Jeff made sure to include the Legion de Extranjeros card. Basically, it merges both fencing school and riding school into one. Except it only trains it only affects the immigrant units, so it doesn't affect your normal roster. You're pretty often discouraged as Uruguay from training normal units. You're much more pushed in the direction of training your immigrant units, which you can do. See, in most instances as a Latin American civ, you can only make units out of this colony here for one shipment, which makes it a bit limiting. But as Uruguay, you can actually train your immigrant units for resources from your barracks, stable, or artillery foundry, depending on what the unit is. Which is pretty cool, you know? It makes you sort of like, I don't know, makes you a very diverse civ, I'll put it that way, where depending on what your age-up combinations are, you can totally change like the units that you're going to be training for resources in that match, which is pretty nifty. Yeah. Looks like Kaiser is pushing in with some red coats in defensive formation, keeping them close together so he can one-shot Vills and other units that he comes across. Yeah. More red coats coming in from the Brit player, though, so I don't know what's going on there. Looks like the Brit is going to go for a push. Oh, so what is Jeff getting for his age up? So he's going Croatian. So he's going German with Croatian. So another skirmisher immigrant. The Croatian Cazador de Indios. Definitely would be really good at fighting these redcoats, I will say that. So far so good on that front, I would say. Yeah. Right, so here comes the Croatian colony. He's also building a barracks, so I think he's going to probably make Cazador de Indios to fight these redcoats, honestly. Yep, this is what the Croatian colony looks like. Comes the redcoats. Hopefully they don't down his colony, that would be sad. It'd be really sad, actually. Because in addition to being able to train your immigrant units for resources, you can still like use the normal battalion system at the colonies themselves for like one shipment too. So, yeah, that's sort of what makes Uruguay like the best immigrant rush civ, because not only can you make the battalions here like he's doing right now with these cannons, but you can train the units at the buildings too for resources. So you can literally just go all in immigrants, like. You don't have to make normal stuff at all when you're, again, discouraged from doing so as a civ. Because you're missing certain things like the ability to train the units faster. Yeah, basically. I get that house up, yep. Some Cazador de Indios. These are a copy of the Force Publique skirmisher we seen earlier. So they have multipliers against heavy infantry, dragoons, but also natives. So if we see any sort of like map natives here, like Navajos or Apaches, these skirms will actually melt them completely. So I don't think Kaiser will be making any natives for that reason now that he sees these things on the field. Pretty much. Looks like Jeff is going to get his Puerto Mayor, which will ship him his Apostadero building. The Apostadero will essentially generate XP crates over time that you can pick up with your villager. It also allows you to train outlaws and mercenaries just like a saloon does. Yep, Latin American civs cannot make saloons, so it actually is a really special thing to be able to do as a civ. It also allows you to make your Libertador, I believe, which is your ultimate unit hero, that you can use to train immigrant units on the front lines and boost them up in battle as well. Pretty nifty. Yeah, because once you train it, then it doesn't die. It's like a permanent unit on the map that you can keep using. Statistically, it's got the same stats as like a Hussar. So it's like a Hussar that can ride around and, you know, train immigrant units for you and boost up their HP and attack when it's nearby. Which is pretty cool. We don't usually see it a lot anymore, but looks like Jeff still thinks it has some value. Yeah. You combine it with this card here, one Legion Libertadora, which ships you an additional one, plus beefs up their stats by that of an Imperial Age upgrade, which is pretty nice. And then obviously once you get to like Imperial Age, I believe it lets you to ship it again, so you end up getting even more powerful units, which is quite nice. More Cazador de Indios, it looks like, to fend off the Redcoats. Fort. Don't let the fort die. That would be really sad, yeah. Don't let the fort go. Yeah, like maybe put it here, or... Oh, put it right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. From the looks of it, it looks like Jeff is actually going to go industrial, just like the recording said. Brits will do the same. They're bringing in 1,000 coin right now to get up to age 4. So they can basically go massing on the rockets. Yep. That's basically it.
Aye, sir.
But for those who haven't played Wars of Liberty before, you're learning a new fact about the Brits. They're the only civ in the mod that can get a factory in age 3, an age early. Granted, you can't make the rockets in it till age 4, but you can at least take advantage of the resource trickle that it offers, which is pretty neat. Really concerned about for Jeff. It looks like Kaiser's going for a monopoly on this whole trade route. He's got all 3 of these built, and he's going to build onto the last one too over here. This can only mean one thing. That Kaiser's going to go for like a full like conga line of deliveries of XP from this whole trade route in age 4 and just spam the rocket button from the home city. He's going to like use his Infinite 2 Congreve rocket card to his advantage and strip one after another after another after another. And just have like 20 pieces of heavy artillery. So literally, Jeff can't do anything. It's going to be pretty scary, yeah. Wonder if Jeff will be able to handle it. I don't know. I really don't know. He's going to have to get like a foundry with volantes if he wants to survive that sort of thing. Literally. Like, that's the thing. I really don't know what Jeff is doing, but I can sort of see where Kaiser's going, and it's quite scary. It does look like Jeff also goes for the Industrial Age, and he goes with CSA. So we might see some dynamite cannons fighting the rockets. So heavy artillery versus heavy artillery. If I recall correctly, I believe the rockets beat these dynamite cannons. I believe so. Not 100% sure. I think I'm basing it off a game I saw before. Like that one when I was on Jebel Musa. Congreve rockets counter the dynamite ones? I thought that they did. I thought if you see like Congreve rockets, you're supposed to go like Volante, like right away, or Culverin or something. You can't actually try to beat them with the immigrant artillery. Yeah. I don't know. It's really tough. But here's one thing that isn't tough. The fact that now that Jeff is in age 4, all of his immigrant battalions from the colonies are now fully maxed out in their size. Which means Jeff thought it was a great idea to send this big battalion of like 9 Ulans out to basically start attacking with, yeah. Well, look at these Ulans finding the fort. It means that Jeff might be able to basically deny this fort here from Kaiser, yeah. Literally, yeah, I think he is going to deny the fort now. You gotta be kidding me, this is insane. This is really insane, yep. Wow, he takes out a whole fort just about. And then here comes the immigrant skirms, some of the filibusters, as well as some of the Cazador de Indios. But here comes the Ulans as well. It's sort of like a fronting unit. The one thing to note about redcoats, while they do have more HP and attack than average muskets, they don't have any armor. Is a trade-off, which means all these Ulans attacking are basically dealing like full damage to the redcoats and completely shredding them. Yeah, if you're going to go redcoats, they do a lot better in huge numbers, just like they did historically too, by the way. So yeah, there's a method to the madness there, more than you think, yeah. Pushing right ahead to Kaiser's TC. Falconets, they're completely defenseless now. Those are going to get completely cooked and swamped. Ulans going right on top of Kaiser's Vills. That's not good. That's absolutely horrifying. Totally would not want that to happen to me. But I guess you have to deal with it. Like the Ulans keep moving forward and forward to attack the Villi. Very smart. Now you have to actually push back and try not to get completely cooked. But here comes the kicker. The Falconets are going to flank from the side and actually get his skirms. Or at least try to. Jeff is doing a good job to keep the filibusters moving. So the Falcons might not. But now he's stagnating though. He's going to lose those. Yeah. Yeah, he just books it out of there with whatever he's got left. Yeah, but here comes the rockets from the factory, though. Yeah. Now that the line of rockets has begun, now we're going to see a lot of artillery from the British player. Yep, rocket after rocket, and then probably start shipping in the concretes here, too. Which will be quite powerful. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Got some filibusters and Ulans there trying to build a defensive front. Yep, basically. Oh boy, Rocket getting a nice shot on those filibusters. Thankfully it's only one though, so technically you can go into stagger mode like that to get away. Oh no, he's got the dynamite. Oh, no, he's got the Krupp steel cans. Alright. Now that's a great counter to rockets. That will absolutely obliterate them, yeah. And as a plus, it'll come in handy when you want to siege the British town centers and factories as well. Because of its added multipliers against buildings, too. That'll come in quite handy there, pretty much. He's doing a battalion of Broomers from the No, he's not doing a battalion. He's training them out of the barracks, it looks like. And some skirmishing. Good advantage of the Broomers is they have more hit points. So they're actually the preferred skirmisher to go up against the rockets because they're less likely to be taken out on one hit by them compared to all the other skirmishers you got. Yeah. Also, Uruguay's picking up their immigrant combat card. Foreign combat. It benefits the stats of immigrant units, outlaws, and mercenaries. So a lot of different things there. Yep, back up with those U-ones if you can. Group steel cans here. Oh, he's got some household blues, though. Watch out for that. That could be a big issue here. Yep. These are assault cavalry, but they have a lot of hit points and armor. So U-ones might have a bit of trouble trying to fight them. Also, their hand attack isn't too shabby either, individually. Coming up the side here with more Ulans. Yep. Good job using the filibusters there to try to kite the household blues. Very smart tactic. Here comes some of the rockets now, basically. Alright, so, yep. Going for filibusters against the rockets is not the best move. Yeah, he's definitely going to want to make some troop steel cans out of his colony there, about 3 of them, to fight off the rockets now. Yeah. It appears the combo of household blues with rockets and redcoats is going to be quite dangerous, because redcoats obviously beat all the Ulans, the household blues effectively beat the skirmishers, and that gives a clear path for the rockets to just go full throttle. Yeah. Particularly, it'd be really painful if he doesn't get his battalion of Krupp steel cans to fight those rockets. That'd hold him back quite a bit there. Yeah. Yep, so where do these go? Take a target onto those, yep. Get that rocket now. Yeah, unfortunately the Household Blues are right on top of you there. Not much you can do about that one. Gets one more rocket. And does he get the last one in time? But I'm afraid the Redcoats are going to siege the colony, though, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. Gets the last rocket. Gets the last rocket there. But the colony is lost, though. Does he have any immigrant workers, saying the German Masons? It looks like he did not make any, so he can't rebuild it. That's the rule, basically, of Latin American immigrant colonies. You actually, the only way you can rebuild them is through their workers. So if you don't have any of their workers on the map, then you don't get the colony back, basically. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Big time, but it does give you an incentive to making their workers even if you don't want them. They don't necessarily have the skill that you're looking for resources. Dynamite cannons, yep. Probably the one you should have been making earlier, honestly. Because you really need it for these redcoats and even these heavier units like this. Dynamite cannons are just going to do a lot of overall damage that you're looking for there, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so filibusters are trying to kite the Household Blues. It's going to be pretty tricky, especially as the redcoats start to catch up as well. When will the dynamites arrive? Pretty soon, it looks like. More filibusters, right? Filibusters need to be wary of these rockets. Stagger mode is definitely helping, but it's not eliminated all of the potential losses there. Alright, so the dynamite cans do come out, as well as the volantes coming in next. Volantes should be on the rockets, and then dynamite should be on everything else. I mean, you can use these to fight the rockets too, but I think generally the volantes generally perform a bit better against. Yep, take out one rocket there. Dynamite can't take out another one. And now he's not aiming onto the right stuff, which is going to make him suffer a bit. Alright, now he's aiming properly, and then he's probably going to take another shot again with... Yep, okay. So now the dynamite cans appear to be holding the line, and he's going to probably want to take out the next rocket there. Yep, pretty much. Yep. Oh, wow, yeah. Didn't give enough credit to these things. They seem to be doing the job pretty nicely. Yeah. At least it seems like it. Once you get to a sizable mass of dynamite cans, the only thing that can really hold you back is like culverins. Yeah. I wonder if Kaiser's actually going to have to make culverins now just to hold off the dynamite cans. Might be his only option if they become too numerous. He's going to go with more Assault Cav. That's what he's going to do. He's going to get more of the Household Blues. And he's going to get their guard upgrade. This will have a big, beefy army of high HP cavalry that's going to be really hard for all those skirmishers and artillery to hold the line against, especially in larger masses. Yeah. It would force Uruguay to probably add Blandingues in there to defend it. He could. He's got the Trabuco Naranjero card in there to get the splash up on the Blandingues. I don't know if Jeff will know that before it's too late, though. That's the question. And some more dynamite cannons arriving right now. Oh, he's going to do Pardos. He's going to do Spearmen. Yeah, the Pardos might work here, but you're going to need a lot of them, though. You're going to need to have, like, a huge army of them. Yeah. The one good thing about Household Blues is that they'll not dominate against the Spearmen as much as other Assault Cavs will, because they don't have any fancy-ish hand attack properties, like Splash or Multipliers or anything like that. So that'll be the one way that these Spearmen actually do a bit better here. So it looks like some Pardos arrive on the flank there and start to attack into the Household Blues. Dynamite cannon should be bombarding now.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, I might want to back out there with your rockets so they don't get sniped by the dynamites. More dynamites are arriving now, by the way.
I'm listening.
One thing I'm worried about for Jeff is he's just not stacking them, though. He's not getting more and more and more of them. Yeah. If he got some more coin, he'd actually be able to start making some out of the foundry, too, one at a time. Like, if he starts grabbing onto this copper mine, in this one here, he could get some pretty beefy stacks of those dynamite cans and really push them back. With the wall of, like, Pardos and dynamites. That could be quite the powerful play. No, if he'll do that, though. Guess it depends on a whole lot. Yep, back up with the Phillies first, the Philly Busters. More Pardos. Or he sent like a big battalion of Cazo de Indios from the colony, didn't he? Yeah, it looks like it. Why are they doing that? I saw they were like running in place there. He's getting the Liberto upgrade now for the Pardos. This one here, Liberto. This will make the Pardos 30% stronger, and it will make them cheaper by 10%, since Latin American Royal Guard upgrades affect unit costs and not additional stats, basically. So basically, at that point, Jeff would be able to get like a huge army of Pardos a lot easier with the reduced costs. Oh, dynamite cans. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's the war of the artillery. But he better back up with the spearmen, though. He better get the spearmen here. If he doesn't, he's done. You're a toast if you don't do that. Get these Libertos up here right now. Yep, we're going to need as many of those Libertos as possible to defend those cannons. Right now. Does he have the... No, he does not have that card. There's actually a card that would allow his Pardos here to have 6x against cavalry, which would make these far, far better against assault. I guess he doesn't include that. I mean, I would include that in every deck that I do, because you never know if you're going to need, like, really amped up, spearmen. Because the thing is, I always go with French immigrants, so I never worry about beefing up my Lanceros, because I just use my French ones anyways. But when it comes to the spearmen, like, you gotta have, like, a good situation for your spearmen, yeah. See, that was a good defense right there. It completely deterred the Household Blues from going for a major strike on him. It was a really good setup there, pretty much. Yep, get that with the dynamite cans. Oh, good shot there with the dynamite. Big time. Oh, yeah, that was a good one, too. Just one more rocket and you're done with the artillery threat, and then you just have to wipe out those two there. Ah, he got a good clean shave of the infantry. Ah, yeah, that was a good shot there. Ah, he just quit. He just resigned. What a good way to turn the match around, Jeff. Wow, wow, wow. That was good. I actually really liked that one. That was a great turnaround there. I thought Kaiser had the much better consistent build with the Household Blues, Redcoats, and Rockets. I feel like he gave Jeff too much time, You know what I'm saying? Like, what eco cards did he have? He had Refridge, Gold Standard, and Cigar Roller, but he never, enacted them to get his eco into a better place so they could keep the frontal assault going. Yeah, that was some good action right there. That was some good stuff. Big time. So, let's load into the next match and see what we got. Jeff has given us some really good games tonight. I will say. He's given us some really good stuff so far. So let's see what the next one is. Next one will be Fast Fortress Belgium versus Peruvian Push. That one's pretty interesting. Let's see what that one's all about. Fast Fortress Belgium. There we go. That one. Very good. Alright, so we got Jeff playing as Belgium, and then we got Alucard playing Peru. So this isn't an ordinary Peru. This isn't Varingo. This is like a real 2 million ELO Peru experience. So this should be pretty interesting, yeah. So where will Belgium put their frontier wagon? Probably along the trade route. That's what I'm... Yep, they're going to probably stick... Yep, right over there. And where's Peru at? Down here? Yep. Alright, so getting a market right away, it looks like. Presumably for hunting dogs, right? For that early game eco. Question is, what do we see for military? Do we see Legion Peruana? Or do we see Buñuelo Pardo Mosquetero? Yeah, at this point, Peru has four very reliable barracks options in early game that they can do. They can do the Spearman, they can do the good Skirmisher spam, they can do the Grenadier spam, and then they can do the solid unit spam with the Mosquetero. So, what are we going to see out of this, you think? I have no idea. I really don't know what's going to come of this one. So, really interested in where it goes. Yep, there goes the hunting dogs right now. The house goes up over there. Alright, so which deck do we get here with Belgium? Let's check out the Peruvian one first. So this is the Alucard's Peru deck. So we got Vils, we got Prosperidad Falaz, and then we got the Advanced Immigrants. Right. Over here we got 5 Vils, Crates, Mosquetero, the Campaña de la Historiación, the one that again beefs up the Legion Peruanas by a lot, especially the hand attack. Got the Huera Pananiana. Also got the Ciela attack, Ciela hit points, and Ciela combat. For the Lancielos and Juanitas Bonitas, Las Vivenelas. Yeah. Very, very interesting. We have some eco cards here. That's good to always see. Also, last cartridge is important. The last cartridge basically removes your speed on death bonus with the attack on death bonus. Exactly like the Serbs do. Quite powerful. Yep. What do we see here, though? From the looks of it, probably Legion Peruana. Like Grenadier type push, just like Varingo would do. At least that's what I would pull apart from the size of this deck and what it's got in terms of its Grenadier potential. But you never know. I mean, he could totally go Buñuelo, he could go Pardo. There's a lot that could happen here. What I do is I like to include both wood chopping cards as well as the extractivism card. That way I got so much wood that I can still go Buñuelo at like the start and then add in Grenadiers later or vice versa. And that way I'm covering multiple corners pretty much. Since I know if he does maneuver units, that's going to be a lot of HP on those. And you definitely want some Berneros in there mixed in, sort of like chomping down on them pretty much. Yeah, that's sort of the idea of that, it really. First Irish wave, it looks like, for the Peruvians. So playing it a bit differently than Varingo. Varingo, of course, would go for the martial arts, martial artist technology from the Japanese colony, so he can add some hand attack onto his ranged infantry. But it doesn't look like Alucard wants to do that. He actually wants to go with the Irish. The Irish can be good because they can give you access to their Zamolitos, which is their early game green jacket style skirms. They also have a nice technology that I believe gives you a good trickle of food too, the potato farming one. So yeah, I mean, Irish has its own benefits to go with. Yeah, definitely. We'll see. Jeff is almost an age 2 now with the Statesman, right? Yep, he is using his Explorer to build onto a TP there, because he did send Advanced Trading Posts as card number 2. So he's going to go for this whole trade route automatically, it looks like. Yep. But I like how the Cholo is there, like, guarding this area with line of sight, so we know exactly what's going on there. Yeah. We see the Irish colony again set up over here now. So if Alucard needs to, he can send a nice batch of Zamolitos right on top of Jeff's position. Heading towards him, yep. Looks like the 700 coin is coming in first, so probably a fast fortress. Yep. And probably the same thing from Jeff, right? Oh no, that's Jeff. What am I saying? I thought that was proven. No, Jeff's going for the fast fortress, just like the recording said. Alucard, in contrast, is going for the 600 wood. The 600 wood, because remember, Peru, I think Peru does not get 700 wood. They get only 600, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, probably going to set up some sort of a forward push of Grenadiers. The Illusion Peruanas, it looks like. Yep. Comes some of the Illusion Peruanas right now. And go for a siege right onto that TP, it looks like. Yep. Go for a siege on that tower, maybe. Some more illusion pointers coming down there, yep. So Jeff is going up with the city planner for another TC. Thankfully, with Grenadier rushes, you can use the Minutemen on them, because guess what? Grenadiers are siege troopers, which means Minutemen get a multiplier of 2 against them, which means that their range attack is really 24, which is really good for grinding them down, yeah. So that will bide Jeff a bit more time there to hold the line there, which is quite good. Very good, actually. And then I believe Jeff will probably go for Force Publiques to counter these Grenadiers. At least that's what it seems like he would do in this predicament. And if we see any sort of like hand cav, of course he can go line infantry with Belgium to protect them. Can also go with Dragoons at the stable if it's Mosqueteros. Also, you have the wild card option of going with natives. Right, because you're Belgium, you have a native embassy access to African natives, particularly anti-cab based ones. Looks like Barracks is going up, Frontier Wagon going somewhere, and then that TC as well. Oh wow, look at how much value is getting out of these Minutemen though. It's quite phenomenal actually. Wow. Still got a lot of work done out of them. So 2 Montigny Gatling guns coming in. The Miniatures. The ones we saw in that Jebel Musa game, and then here comes the Force Publiques as well to help support and protect them. Yep. We see only the Force Publiques go forward and not the cannons. Dragoons are being shipped in next. I believe about 6, right? 6 Dragoons. Yep, that'll be good against assault. So if Alucard goes for Mosquetero, that'll be an easy counter to that. Alucard is just continuing with more Legion Piranhas and building up their numbers right now. If he gets enough of them, he'll be able to literally stick them right on top of these cannons and go for a huge charge grenade throw on them and instantly destroy them. I think that's what Alucard is kind of hoping for at the moment. There's a speed on death bonus. Notice the little graves there, making these units move a bit faster. It's kind of the neat power that Peru can do. Here comes the Mosqueteros, Juanitos Mosqueteros. Mixed in with the Piranhas, yep. So you want to get these Dragoons into position to get back there and intercept them, yep. Very good. Oh, and we'll ship in about 3 Lanceros to counter the Force Publiques, probably. Not a bad idea. Jeff will be getting a fort probably to ensure that his base will be secured against all this massing of troops by Peru. Yep, seems like a reasonable choice. Continuing to queue in Force Publiques. Yep, the 4 will go right there. Yep, gonna start kiting those grenadiers, right? Yep. There goes the fort. Now he's finally getting the Campagna di Restauración, Campagna di Restauración, or whatever card. Basically adds 15 range attack to Legion Planas and 30% improvement to hand attack. So these will have a really beefed up melee attack now of about 18, I believe. Something like that. Quite substantial. So where are these going now? Oh, looks like Alucard is actually training Lanceros from his stable now, too. Jeff going for a Dragoon raid? Or rather a Dragoon distraction? Not bad. I mean, at least it helps split up some of the forces here between the shock units and the infantry ones. That's always good. Now picking up the Sierra attack card to boost up the damage on the Lanceros. Going right into the water, like, that's like, must be wearing a scuba mask to do that one. Yeah, big time. Belgium going for La Redoubt Casino. Basically, this card will allow your saloon to trickle coin in a pretty large amount, too. So, make, like, mercenary training much easier. Do we see the saloon up anywhere? Not right now, so he's actually going to have to build that piece if he wants to make full use of the card. I don't know. Putting a stable down there. So maybe going double stable Dragoon? Or what? Oh, going with the Marines. Not a bad idea, actually. So the Marines, as you know, are a naval skirmisher, which means they actually have multipliers against siege troopers like these piranhas. So yeah, it's actually a pretty good unit for going after them with, mainly because naval skirmishers also have crush armor, which means when the Legion piranhas do their charge attack, the Marines are actually going to take less damage overall from it. It means they can actually survive it a bit better, which is quite nice. That being said, they'll be rather useless against these Lanceros, so I know what Jeff has in mind for that exactly. Dragoons going into melee with the piranhas, not the best idea because they have that card active, which means they'll do like a pretty insane hand attack against them. So I don't know about that really. Be quite tricky. Dragoons getting the melee against those Lanceros. It's making way too much value than he should have. Those 3 Dragoons, like, he's getting so much hits on him, it's insane. Yep, get those Marines shooting at those piranhas. Peru OP? Probably. Probably is OP. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been pretty impressed by Peru lately. Like, when I first started doing tier listing for him, like, a number of months ago, I was like, Peru isn't that good. But then I found out over time, as they've buffed the Civ more and more, yeah, Peru's a real scary Civ to deal with, you know? It can do some pretty insane stuff sometimes. It even impresses me. So yeah, definitely this whole new focus on the Legion Piranhas in early game, with some upgrade cards for the Lanceros and Skirms, definitely puts Peru in a good position militarily in a lot of situations, right? The only sort of area they don't get any expertise in is probably the anti-cavalry area, but that can usually be worked around since they can just mass up Pardos anyways. Yeah, pretty much. That'd be my guess anyways with it. Alright, the naval skirms are patrolling a bit. Will they get any raid? Yep. Wow, that's not a lot of damage, though. Like, you didn't even take one of the vills out. Insane. If you're gonna go naval skirms like Marines, you gotta build a dock somewhere over here and get their veteran upgrade. As while the fort can train your naval skirmishers, it can't actually upgrade them, so you need a dock to do that. So Jeff needs to put some sort of dock around here probably and do that. Look at the stagecoach, like, riding right through the water. I wondered what that thing was moving through the water. It's actually the stagecoach. Dragoons in the melee against the Lancielos, right? Alucard is finally going to H3. With which colony? The Chinese wave. So again, the Chinese involved now, it looks like. I think at this point Alucard is in the much better position. Yeah, because Jeff really isn't offering much of a fight against these Puanos, even though he is an age ahead. At this point, he might have just stuck with the Force Publiques if he's going to perform like that with them. At least that's what I think. Yeah. Going for the Steel Point Spear, right? Steel Spear Point. That will add a multiplier on these Lanceros against skirmishers, bringing their multipliers up to 3, thus allowing them to do about over 70 damage per hit against skirms in Age 2 without even any sort of like veteran upgrades yet. So yeah, naval skirms will basically go obsolete at that point once he starts doing that. Looks like both of the Juanitos are fighting over the natives. This is a Cheyenne site and this is a Cheyenne site, so we'll see if they end up doing with that. And Hurons down here, yep. Veteran Lancelo and Veteran Legion Puana. Basically the two units that Peru has been basically going back and forth with here. So now we got a really beefed up stat army now that should be enough to finish off Belgium. That is, unless they change up their comp or something. the rest of this match. One thing that I see here that I didn't notice while I was playing the match was it looks like Alucard's actually going to add in some artillery. He is getting the veteran upgrade on artisanals, and he's getting artillery foundry investment French advisors 1. So if I remember correctly, this one essentially adds more range onto artisanal cannons, allowing them to fire from a farther range. I believe the trade-off thing of making them train slower, so they take longer to train but they shoot farther. That essentially turns the artisanal cannons, which are normally supposed to be like your sort of mediocre early game cannon, into like a legitimate falconet style threat that can actually hit very far. And that'll be really important for these cannons to hit this fort right here, since this fort has a range of about 26. It'll allow the artisanals to actually hit the fort without actually receiving any sort of returning fire on. So that'll be good. Also, they'll be able to outrange these naval skirms better too, and be able to get the necessary damage they need in, even though they have crush armor. That'll be a good combination, basically. Now, picking up the third chopping upgrade, the saw pit. This will allot enough wood to keep spamming out the cans pretty much. Yep. More grenadiers. Cheyenne riders coming in. Also log flume from the market. Notice a new icon there. Was added in the most recent patch. Cheyennes will be an interesting addition. Cheyennes with their upgrade down over here, this one, will have some really good multipliers against cavalry. Yep. At the start of the game, they have a multiplier of about 1.5 against cav. This tech will add about, I believe, 1x, making it really a good mounted pikeman to use against the lanceros in particular. And then they should be able to push onto the piranhas pretty quickly after that then. Yeah. Yep, it's getting the Cheyenne Fury to really beef up the multipliers against the shock units. Oh, it only brings it up to about 2x. Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, either way, it's still going to be doing a pretty substantial amount of damage to these lanceros. What else do we got here? We got more settlers coming in. More piranhas coming in from Peru. Alright, so how many native sites? So you got this one, and then you got this one over here. If you want to get both of those, then you can get the build limit up to about 20, and have a really good line of mounted pikemen to go right after those lanceros with. Switching the trade to wood, it looks like now, to be able to afford the natives. When are we going to see those African natives from this Belgium? Like some of those Nyam Nyam spearmen and the Hunga Munga knife throwers? That'd be a really good way to deal with these lanceros. Potentially. No artisanals yet from Alucard, though. I mean, he's gotten the upgrading for it, but... Oh, now he's getting shrapnel. Shrapnel adds a multiplier of 1x against infantry to the artisanal cans, making it much better. And then is going with the local production, basically. Local production basically allows artillery to train faster. Also picking up the recycling railroad tracks. This card right here will basically allow you to get the artisanal cans at a much cheaper price. Going in with the Cheyennes by themselves, pressuring some of the vills, I guess. I don't know if that was really the smartest use of them, but yeah, I mean, even with their slight hand armor, the piranhas are still going to put up a very tough resistance because of their increased hand attack here. and attack of about 21. So it's like getting hit by like a million Cossacks, pretty much, running into them. So I don't know why you'd really want to do that. All the Chinese workers are out. Chinese workers, as you know, are good at resource gathering from natural resources. So hunting, mining, berries, and wood chopping, yep. Double queuing up artisanal cannons. Very nice. Picking up Poncho now too for the HP on the Lancieros. Not a bad idea. No dock yet to veteran upgrade the Marines. Not the smartest move. Exploding carts coming out of the foundry. Very smart idea. Just lacking the upgrades there, mainly. We really need to see a change here from Jeff on what units he's going to get. Because what he's doing right now is just not working. Unupgraded Marine Infantry and Cheyennes is just not cutting it. So yep, we finally see the African natives being used, the Hungamungas. They throw a knife at range, dealing multipliers against cavalry, but also the damage is considered hack damage, which means they actually end up becoming somewhat decent against these cannons too, by default. Rams all the exploding carts into that fort, taking it out. No more naval skirm for Jeff, I guess. He's going to have to come up with something a bit more creative there to deal with them. I would say probably the best thing would be like line infantry. Well, it's actually the only thing you can do unless you want to mass dragoons. But yeah, not looking too good right now. Look at how fast those artisanal cannons move with the speed on death bonus. You see the feathers right underneath them in that little circle. Yep, take up that stable now. Take up that embassy. Take out that house. How many of these are there? 21. Picking up the military engineering now. This is a tech for the Irish immigrants we don't always see. Basically, it improves the movement speed of your artillery. So yeah, they can actually move a bit faster. Which, combined with the speed on death bonus that Peru gets, basically turns them into almost like a cavalry or like a horse artillery in terms of their movement. which is quite useful, considering not even Europe has horse artillery anymore in their roster. Yep, target that tower there. Alright, so here comes the movement speed improvement to 4.05. Makes them a little bit faster than your average infantry. So definitely not slow anymore. Basically just completely demolishing every building they run into. Just need to get a few more of them, I think, and then you'll be all set. Get that TC completely destroyed. Yep, let's get that TC completely destroyed there. And now they're even going after the settlers. Yeah, exactly. Any chats from anybody in the meantime while we... People really love to play Peru, huh? Yeah, I think that's sort of something that I've figured out after a while now, is Peru is one of the most popular Latam civs that we see people pick up. I mean, there's really no reason why you wouldn't want to play the Peruvians, just because they have sort of one of the... Yeah. Yeah, basically Peru has one of the most diverse types of gameplay that you can get in Age of Empires 3. They don't have musketeers. They only have grenadiers. That's the main thing I think that makes Peru a very attractive civ to people is... You know, they're so used to winning games just spamming conscriptos, but with Peru, obviously you can't do that. You just have to like spam Legion Peruanas and go the whole anti-infantry route, which can be a bit daunting and force you to come up with new ideas. But at the same time, your grenadiers are so spammable and efficient that, yeah, you kind of become a totally different type of concept, really. That's why when they ended up reworking the Keurunas into a Grenadier unit, I was a little bit disappointed in that because it feels like they've sort of turned Bolivia into like a second Peru almost, but a little bit less, you know, a little bit less effective, right? Yeah, and obviously they're missing more cards now on their native stuff, and it's kind of like they completely uprooted the Bolivian civ concept to make into something a bit different now. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I mean, they still get the job done where they need to, I guess. It's just that I've had to basically relearn how to do Bolivia as a result. Which reminds me, I think we're going to have a Bolivia game in about 2 records from now. So if you want to see some Bolivia stuff, stick around for that. Yeah, like, we'll do like one more recording and then it's going to be a Bondar Bolivia game. Looks like the TC is getting destroyed rather efficiently there. Yep, pretty much. And that should be a GG. Well played. Yeah, yay. Jeff did hold on for dear life there as long as he could. Gotta give him credit. Trying to use those hungamungas to try to eat through the pierce armor of those cannons, which is quite special. Even trying to build another TC up there, right? Yep. Still attacking with Cheyennes. Yeah, that's something I theorized about tonight during our stream. Like, I looked at some of the file sizes and I was like, you know, some of these games might actually be pretty lengthy, you know? They're not going to be those super short ones that end in like 5 to 8 minutes because somebody goes for a super aggro build nobody's heard of before, which is good. Let's boot up again and go into the final Jeff recording. Once we do that, we can go into the Bondar ones. And then if we have time, we can go into the Cerbero ones that we have here. Let's check out the last Jeff one. 2 versus 2 Brazilian defense. So we're going to get to see some Brazil action, it looks like. That should be interesting. Brazil is another one of those Latin civs that a lot of people like to learn. Not so much because of their lack of musketeers, but their presence of mounted skirmishers, yeah. The first actual civ in War's Liberty to actually use mounted skirmishers to boot, so that's pretty interesting, right? Oh yeah, definitely. Kind of revolutionized things in a way. This one right here. Alright, so we got Jeff and Fiero versus Alucard and Kap. Alright, so Jeff is doing Brazil, teamed up with Fiero doing Argentina. Kap is doing Germany, and Alucard is doing USA. So we're going back to that sort of Louisiana Tiger plus line infantry thing again. Kind of had a bit of a break from that, but now we're going to see it again probably. On the other side of the aisle, though, I would totally expect a Cazador Montado fast fortress for Jeff. And Fiero, of course, is probably going to do Infernals. Yeah. I mean, honestly, in this setup, if you really wanted to get creative, you could tell Fiero to go for a raiding with the Infernals, the Infernales. Buy time for Jeff. And then he can add Cazador Montados to deal with the line infantry and provide some substantial cover fire against the Tigers. That could actually be something you could do here. I don't know if they're going to do it, but it just seems like a probable build that they could potentially give a go with. Maybe. Yeah, so, yeah, we'll see what they do. It is called Brazil Defense, so my guess is it is going to be something to do with Phase 3. And not just an all-out sort of rush thing, pretty much. From what I've found with Brazil, the best way to do Brazil in the 2 versus 2 is go for, like, trash wars. Like, spam Voluntarios, Macheteros, and Pardos. Like, do that sort of combination. Like, if you need skirmish, go with the Voluntarios. If you need like a cavalry, get the Macheteros, and then if you need like something to deal with cavalry, then you get the Pardos out to counter them. And it's sort of like a triangular sort of defense. I usually don't do Conscriptos until like at least mid to late game, when you can really afford the food and coin with your Brazilian eco. Yeah. Alright, so from the looks of it, Fiero is going to use the standard ARC deck, starting with Similones, and probably following up with Advanced Mill. Yep, basically the idea is get the pastures super cheap so you can put out at least like 6 to 8 of them, and have a constant flow of cows coming in for food. And then ideally you try to get Solidaros at some point to get those cows semi-fattened when they're spawning, and then to eat the cows really fast, use butchers to eat them at a very fast rate. Yeah, basically. That being said, the only thing I would say that's sort of a red flag with a ARG and Brazil team is the fact that ARG plus Brazil, those are both sort of slow setup civs for their economies. So I would be a little bit worried that Kap and Alucard are going to go all-out rush with line infantry Tiger. And you're going to have to come up with some sort of like method to defend that. You know? I mean, if Fiero has to, he could send the Morenos in. It's like a last-ditch defense against Tigers, but that's not usually recommended because, of course, the Tigers can just kite them, right? At least he'd be sort of chasing them away for a while. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see what ends up happening. What was that comment here? Peruvians runners Oh, Leo thinks that Peruvians are great runners. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't see any of them at the Boston Marathon this year, though. Lot of Ethiopians and a lot of Kenyans, but no Peruvians. Yeah, pretty much. That was yesterday. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Peruvians run in that race before, that foot race that we have in our state. Would be interesting if you saw one or two on the track or whatever. But anyways, Vance Mills coming in. Age up will be Polish Wave, playing it safe, it looks like. Jeff going up with German Wave. There seems to be like an affliction with the German Wave with a lot of players. I don't know if it's sort of like the Statesman age up where you get the tower and you get some resource crates. That's why people crave the German immigrant start. But that seems to be what he's doing. Yeah. I mean, honestly, at this stage, I usually like to go with the Italians. Because they give me an Italian house, so they give me a bit more pop. And then they give you 2 workers to work on the Italian house, which, you know, can translate to food if you want to gather food from it, or you can swap it off to gather coin to do that. So, yeah. Gives you a bit of flexibility there with your macro, which is good. And what about the other side of the aisle? So we're going to get CSA from Alucard, right? Correct. Yep, Tigers going with the 4 mining villagers there. Kap going line infantry, of course, with Germany. What else would he be doing at this point? It's kind of been the thing that's made him signature. Oh, wow, look at this. This is a frontier wagon gone wasted. Let's see if he can take it out. I mean, I don't know if he can do the damage in enough time. Because surely at this point, once they're sort of, the tower reaches at a certain distance, like maybe here. Yeah, he's just going to drop it off closer then. It's not going to let him get a free snipe on it like that. Be very disastrous. Barracks is up for Brazil. He will be doing Voluntario de Patria. So skirmish, tower going up, German colony going up. Is Fierro doing anything yet? Does he have his barracks developed yet? Nope. No, he's putting it in the back. He probably does that for a reason. Probably has been pressured quite a few times with... Yeah. Alright, so looks like Alucard and Cap are 20 steps ahead in that front. They already got their army out. Problem is these Tigers will completely dismantle the Voluntarios here. As soon as they get close, yeah. Granted, the Voluntarios have a bit of range over them, but it's not really too much to make it safe, per se. Nah, not really. How many is he on? He's on about 10. Alright. Yep, you're probably going to want to engage with them right there. backed up by the line infantry. Fiero going to Escobatero. Probably the most reasonable thing to do at this point, since it covers the line infantry pretty good, and since it's an early skirm, it does do full damage to assault class. So that's probably the good part, honestly. More tigers coming in. So, what is their actual defensive plan here? Frontier defenses, of course. What a better defense than using frontier defenses. So it is an infinite card after all. And technically the outposts do damage, multiplier damage to these tigers because they're shock units. Problem is they're right on his tail. Yeah. Talk about pain. They might get this one down, but I think this tower is probably going to make it, to be honest. Dog is meat shielding though, so that's a problem. Outpost is ready to start firing on them, yep. Yulon's coming in with volunteers. $600 wood. Hussars. Okay, so he is switching to Hussar, it looks like. Probably the best idea to do against Brazil, since really Brazil's specialty is a skirmish. Just gotta be wary of these Patricios. But I think the Tigers should be able to handle that at this point. Most definitely. So, Hussars gonna be probably going somewhere over here. I mean, you could just go into melee with the Patricios and just meat shield too, because you just got so much ranged troops in the back protecting you. Yeah, they're just gonna go right for the skirmish. Oh, they're gonna catch the gachos too, right in the back. Quite some good timing there. Those Cappy timing attacks, always the best. We've seen this a lot today, that these game recordings have a habit of out of syncing in the last few seconds. Does anybody know what's going on with that? Like, something going on that we don't know about? Like, that's probably been like the third, maybe fourth one we've seen tonight. Makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, I don't even know what's up with that, really. Yeah. So, what are we doing now? Let's check out recordings. See what the next one's called. I believe it's called Bolivia something. You gotta move over to the right to look for it. Let's see. Bolivia Rumbling. This one, actually. So, let's go right into it. Alright, so it's going to be Bondar and Vringo versus Deagle and Alucard. Can't quite remember how good Deagle is, but I know Alucard probably one of the best players in the WoW community. Ooh, we're on a very special map here, Malaho. Malaho is a very cool map where it's always raining and there's always thunder and lightning. So, yeah, definitely don't stand near the trees. You might get electrocuted. Yeah, wouldn't that be like a neat feature if they added that? Like, if the villagers are near one of the trees when the lightning strikes, they actually get, like, cooked. That add a bit of realism to it, but whatever. Kind of the thing you gotta know about this map, though, there's no hunts on it. That's the one thing that makes this map really special. There's no hunts on it. You get herdables, you get chickens that you start with, and then you search the map for water buffaloes. And then you also get berries on this map as well, berry bushes. This is a really good map to be Central America on because they get a lot of cards to improve their gather rate on berries. And Central America, of course, is one of the only civs that can actually build berry bushes when they lose them, right? You can use your carotero here to build banana plants, right? So you can totally build a whole berry bush friendly deck on Barajo as Central America and continue to use it deep into the late game. And of course the cochineal farming card as well with Central America works really good when you have this many herdables, because that basically means that all these chickens and water buffaloes will fan up very quickly in age 2, and you can start eating them right away. So yeah, I think out of the gate you're going to see Central America having a really good advantage on this match pretty much. I don't know if Bondar's Bolivia combined with Ringo's Peru is going to... Oh no, he's playing British this time. He's playing Brits. So yeah, he's going with his British build. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to come down to maybe Keirunas from Bondar, perhaps, and then maybe some red coat or something from the Brits. Something like that, maybe. Should be interesting. Yeah, there is natives on this map too, so it is a good Bolivia map by default. Pretty much. What natives again? I believe it's Carib. There's Carib natives. Is there any Tupi natives on here? No, it's all Caribs. So, basically blowgunner spam from Bolivia would be insane here. The one really weird part of this map is even though you do have fishable water here too, for some reason there's this like outer ring of land that people literally every game hide on when they know they're about to lose, and they end up prolonging the game by like another 10 or 15 minutes, which is absolutely insane. Like, why don't you just resign and not hide on this little convenient crescent of land on the outside of the circle? Like, just resign already, basically. Yeah, but it's funny, it's funny. And then if you want to do it too, it can be entertaining. One thing that you'll note about this map is it's mostly rubber trees for coin. Like, the only mine I think that you get is a gold mine that you get at the start of the game, at the start of the base. Outside of that, if you need coin, you actually have to use these rubber trees for that. The rubber trees don't have as much coin as your average mine, so you're constantly going to be running around looking for these rubber trees to gather coin from, pretty much. You can tell where they are based on the little yellow goldish ring underneath the tree. It basically lets you know that it's a rubber tree, and then you can gather coin from it. And then on the mini-map, if you look here, notice that sort of goldish hue. That means that those are rubber trees in that area, and you can actually start to, extract the rubber from them for coin. Yeah. Particularly, Alucard is looking real fancy here with 2 livestock pens, so he's going to have a real easy time eating. Real easy time eating. Oh, he went with the Spanish immigrants, advanced immigrants. Quite an unexpected move, honestly. Yeah. I think what he's doing is because he knows that there's double livestock pen in his base. He's going to go with Spanish immigrants so he can actually train some wool sheep from one of the livestock pens. No, he's going to train He's going to train wool sheep from his Spanish immigrant houses, and then he's going to basically stick them right on top of the livestock pens. Yeah. So here we go. We got the Polish colony and the Spanish colony all together there. Yep, put them up right in that spot. How are these doing? Are the chickens basically eaten up by now? Yeah. Don't forget, too, the Polish immigrants come with 3 cows as well. So that's even more meat to eat. Meat to eat. And then if Alucard wants to make any Polish workers, they'll also come out with some more cows. Kind of curious what Alucard wants to do with the Spanish immigrants this game. Is he going to make any Spanish shearers right away or no? That's what I want to know. What treasure is that? Oh, the Explorer HP one. Looks like Bondar's probably going to go for a steal on that one. Yep. It's quite good since the Bolivian Explorer is pretty good in melee combat. So it turns it into an absolute beast to deal with. Yep, chase down that Explorer there. Get some free XP. Wow, he actually he's sticking the Vills right on top of him. They let the Explorer get away. That's such clever micro there. Will it work though? I believe once he snares the Explorer, then the chase is back on again. No, he's almost close. Like, yep, he's snared. It's over. You're snared now. Got ya. Yep. There you go. He's going to catch up with another swing, yep. There you go. Yep. What's Bolivia up to anyways? So, what does this deck have? So, it has the Amara Alliance card and the Guarani Alliance card. Yeah, okay. So, basically, with Bolivia, there are some of these cards in Age 1 that lets you train certain Latin American natives from your native embassy and actually unlocks the building if it's not already unlocked already. And then when you get to Age 3 and you can get your ultimate building, the Sociedad Folclorica, you actually can research the normal native technologies of these alliances right there, too. So basically, it's like it's like always having 2 native sites always active for yourself, which is quite nice. Bondar's actually doing fishing here, so already has the escape route planned if he ends up getting attacked. Brit's going for probably a fast industrial, right? Yep, that seems to be what we see out of Rango lately with the Civ as a fast industrial setup. Alright, so Infanta de Portugal. This means that the Brits will gain the Portuguese Civ bonus, which is getting a free covered wagon with each age up. And yes, once you do get to Imperial Age, your town center build limit will go up to 4, kind of like the Portuguese do around age 4. So, yeah, basically. Alright, so covered wagon is going to go over here. Good. Get a bit of booming going. Does Deagle have any sort of game plan? No, but his deck looks somewhat okay. I don't like the lack of resources in Age 3, but whatever. At least he's got the Ford figured out and the basic resource gathering here. Also the Survive Reforms option. Oh, I know what Alucard is doing. He's going for the Mosquicha smuggling card, which he looks like he already did. Basically, what Mosquicha smuggling does, it takes every immigrant colony you have on the map and it gives you a battalion of units from it. So, actually, this most 200 IQ thing would have been for Alucard to wait till age 4, so that way he could get some filibusters from the CSA colony, but I guess he did a bit early, so he only gets ski troopers from the Scandies, the Danube Legion from the Polish colony, and then he got some of the Kroyos from the Spanish immigrant colony, it looks like. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Going for Bolivia, it looks like now. Providential Pact. All Codeo technologies from the town hall were instantly researched. So that might mean that Alucard's actually going outlaws here to back up these immigrant units. Which would be an okay idea since the Manyoso is a pretty decent combat unit, honestly. For what it's worth. And then he can do the Carcerecho as well for anti-cavalry to synergize with them. Start sieging away at that base, yep. Dogs biting away at the Minutemen. Deagle has an interesting army of just a few pikemen and line infantry, is that right? Yeah, not too much stuff. And here's the filibusters from CSA. Now is going for the transnational organizations to beef up the stats on the immigrant units as well as the outlaws as well. Yeah. There's that Codeo to make some of those outlaw units, it looks like. Yep. Very good. Here's some of the Keiruna native grenadiers now. Used to be muskets, now they're grenadiers, so best to use them with their charge attack and then retreat. It's a lot of cherry bums there from the Brit player. Might be able to finish off all those immigrant units at this point. Yep, this is a good card here, Livingston Code. It basically reduces the pop cost of outlaws, so you can spam them a lot easier. So these are the Leperos. These are basically outlaw spearmen you can use against cavalry, with some pretty decent siege as well. Right now they're 5 pop, and then that card, the Livingston Code, reduces their pop costs to, I believe, 4. Yeah. Oh no, now it's a 1 pop one. Alright. So that's good. What's the siege on these? So the siege is about 62. That's actually not a bad siege for a spearman at this stage. Not really. And we'll probably see something like the Magnoso as well, combined with them. What is he going to do? He's just going to mass up a big army of Leperos and go for a siege? Probably. Big army of Ratniks and line infantry. Oh, cherry bums on the Russian. Oh, no. Not the dynamite cans. No, absolutely not. Alucard, man. Oh, boy, no. No. If he takes that out with the Explorer, I'd be so surprised. No. Just barely survives. It's because the cherry bums have such a good movement speed of about 7.25. Yeah, most hand cabs move at a movement speed of like 6.25, I believe, or something around that ballpark. Cherry bums move insanely fast. Yeah. So you gotta watch out with cherry bums. You're like paying attention to the map and seeing where they're going. Because they can kind of dispatch you really quickly like that and just wipe out your artillery, because now Alucard is probably going to lose this thing after one shot, if he's lucky, right? So we'll see, though. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. So what is Bondar even doing? So he's just stacking on the Keirunas with their veteran upgrade. So you can add anything else in? I would say probably should, like maybe the Frankatiradores or something like that. Maybe. Something to lace. Looks like the Russian army is combining with the CA one now. Definitely way too much anti-cav there for the cherry bums to deal with. Because it looks like at the end of the day, Deagle used Survive reforms to turn his Ratniks into line infantry, and now he's completely dismantling them with all that really tough melee. Quite the power show there, yeah. Comes the rockets. More cherry bums. Here's the Manyosos right there. Manyosos are known for having like a stronger melee attack than the other outlaws that Central America gets. Interesting fact is Manyosos will actually deal multiplier damage against these Grenadiers because they have the native warrior tag. Yeah, so these things are actually quite brutal against these Grenadiers. They'll actually do a hand attack of about, if it serves me right, it'll be about like 80 something hand attack to those Grenadiers, which is quite powerful for every strike. Because basically it only takes like, I don't know, like maybe like 3 or so attacks to take out one of these Grenadiers, which is pretty easy. Third Croatian wave from Bolivia. Is he going for like the cool revolt thing with if he does, that'd be like literally insane. I don't know. Is he going for the revolt thingy? He might be. He might be going for the revolt thingy. Yeah, he must be. He must be going with the Croatian revolt. It's absolutely brutal. upgrade all the Karunas to the Royal Guard Colorado upgrade. Yep, get that assembly line going, right? The mass production. And then basically just spam out rockets. Getting all the crib upgrades, it looks like now. One thing I need to check out is the Bolivian numbers here on these. Yeah. Because if he is going to go for that Croatian revolt thing, he's probably going to do it when he maxes out his fill limit of about 125. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with Bolivia, since they're mostly native basive. Apparently, they made a decision to make it so you could have up to 125 Pongos as your economy, which is pretty insane when you think about it. Because that's a lot of villagers. Pretty much, yeah. So big army of the blowgunners and the grenadiers there, yeah. Ooh, some Manyosos as well to beat up the native tag units. And Ringo's rockets too is a nice backup. Man, Elcor just resigns. Unbelievable. And then now you can add in the Illimani as well. The anti-skirms. Ah, going for the Croatian Revolt. What's that called again? Anarchism, yeah. This one's a very spicy revolt. It, like, literally changes all your vills to militia. I believe it turns your fishing boats into, like, light ships, and then turns your light ships into Falcuzas. Yep, it will initiate any second. Nice. Yep, so all these they turn into mourners now. So yeah, it used to be that they turned into colonial militia. Now they turn to mourners, which is insane when you think about it. Yeah. So they got rid of the effect that changes the fishing ships into stuff. It looks like, yeah. So it just turns all your vills into mourners. That's very powerful. Not bad at all. That was literally insane. Trying to think, what's the next recording called? It is called No Dihan Divertirse. Very, very interesting. Let's check that one out now. Reboot. Let's restart the game and go right into it. Let's see who's in this one now. Ah, interesting. So it's Ringo is Peru, Fierro is Argentina, Eternity is Korea, and Bondar is Bolivia. So got Bolivia and Peru. Is that right? Versus Argentina and Korea. Very, very interesting. So in this particular battle, it would be presumed that the Korea would perform quite well in this matchup. Yeah. Since, at least from what I've determined in the tier listing, we currently consider Korea to be like the best Civ in the mod, right? By far. Yeah, I think I established that Korea is like a really good Civ in early game, and it's got a lot of good late game economic aspects as well. Plus the upgrade cards can be pretty nice. Yeah, so I think in that situation, we're going to have a really good battle here. Honestly, Argentina plus Korea is looking a lot more intimidating, I think. Because Korea can like start out the game really early, massing out a bunch of spearmen and archers. And then as Argentina gets their herdable economy all situated, then they can pile on as well with armies of patricios. I think that's what we'll see here, maybe. Map appears to be Missouri Crossing, as you can tell. So basically on Missouri Crossing you get this funny trade route that starts up here, curves about this way, and then it exits in sort of the opposite direction like this. Yeah, basically. So it's a bit different than what you would expect, but overall it's a really cool big map for people that like the hide on it. Like, yeah, Ringo. Ringo was his name. So yeah, that's exactly the nature of this map. Up going with Mother's Day as the first card. It's the only Explorer card so far that gives you the shipment back if you research it. So you can take that shipment number 1 and stick it into a card number 2. Like this one, Direct Contribution. Allows all the Pongo villagers to trickle coin while they work. So yeah, basically it gives you a really efficient economy. Eternity going up with the Grand Palace. It's 99.99% of the time going to be the wonder you're going to do at Korea, just because it essentially gives you a nice arm and town center of a wonder. Yeah, that's right, this wonder actually produces vills for free over time. And it also can research level 1 European upgrades like hunting dogs, gang saw, what's called steam machinery now, and then the Vill ones. They're for double the price, so you can get a much better early game natural resource eco than you typically would. Yeah, so that's pretty neat, right? Alright, so what's going to be like the overall strategy of these two teams, you think? Definitely Korea's probably going to go Myung Archer with Patricio. But on the Bondar side, probably going to do Kayaruna Grenadiers with Legion Piranhas, maybe. But yeah, see, this is the problem when you have a Bolivia and a Peru teamed up. They both sort of want to go Grenadier, but if you both go Grenadier, then you're going to be vulnerable to hand cavalry, you'll be vulnerable to skirms. It's not going to be good, right? So basically forces one of them onto something else. You know, maybe the Peru could do Lancero, maybe here, or Machitero, but we'll see. We'll see if they fall into that pitfall or not in terms of going with the same unit. Looks like Faringo goes with Spanish immigrants. Probably wants to take advantage of those wool sheep. Get their coin pretty much early on. First Japanese wave to get martial artists for the Legion Piranhas. Barracks going up there. Tiger attacking the Explorer in the back there. Yep. Barracks and Monastery over here. Yep. Looks like the Korea already got the Lord of the Mountains card. Lord of the Mountains card allows you to produce tigers for free over time from the building. But it cuts the build limit in half, so you can only have 5 tigers instead of 10. So it's a really neat card because it basically ensures that you always have a decent hand infantry that you can put in the front of your armies pretty much. Yeah, because that's where the Tigers really shine, is against opposing infantry. They can also snipe cannons. Really depends on what your needs are for them, pretty much. Korea sending in about 700 coin. Looks like they are going to go to its 3 then. Whenever you see coin for Korea, it's pretty obvious that they're going for a fast fortress, since Korean roster at the start is just about food and wood. Like the Dangpa Spearman is a food and wood unit, as well as the Myung Archer too. So yeah, just a bit of advice on that one, pretty much. Looks like the Dangpa Spearmen becoming quite the problem for the Bolivian villagers. The problem with Bolivian villagers is they're lower HP than the average settler, which means that the Spearmen can actually aggro them just as good as cavalry, which you think is pretty messed up. But the idea is that if you lose the Pongos, you just use the mining camps to regenerate them very quickly in like groups of 2. So yeah, either keep the Pongos alive or have to use the mine camps to get their numbers back substantially fast. So you don't lose too much score against your opponent. Yeah. Looks like the Dank Spearman will make a move onto the houses at this point. Yep. Taking out that first house, it looks like. Yep, just finished using that house. Will they go for the other house or pull out? Maybe. Going for the 5 villagers, I see. As well as the second hunting upgrade I can see there at the market view. Yep, get that tiger. In this particular situation, you know what I might suggest? The Bolivia gets Francotiradores. Because the Francotiradores, you could use their speed to kite apart the Patricios. And then you could use your speed to get away from the Spearmen even. And just have a really nice line of anti-heavy infantry to deal with the line units, yeah. That being said, we do see some young archers being combined in now. Yep. So where is Eternity in his age-up process? Looks like he didn't actually age up, he was just using that coin to afford stuff. Pretty surprised, actually. Ringo has decided to do Baneros this game and go for the full Banero spam. That's from here. Let's see what happens. Okay, so from what we see here, looks like the Dankpa Spearman and Myung-Youngs are going for a bit of a retreat beyond the wall that Bolivia was trying to set up over here. Because these Baneros are basically hunting them down effectively. The thing I wanted to check in this deck was how many wood cards does he have? So he does have Virgin Forest. So yeah, he does have an option of actually spamming the Baneros pretty cheaply. I prefer to have both Carpentry and Virgin Forest. So I can go for like a huge all-out Banero spam. To me, that just feels like normally what you want to do there, pretty much. What did he get for the colony again? Japan. So was probably planning on doing Legion Piranha, but then he realized in this circumstance he might just have to spam out Bernieros and have a decent skirmish, with the longer range. Particularly against Korea, because the problem with Korea is, if he does go Legion Piranhas, the Korean archers have about a range of 22, and they'll just outright snipe and destroy his Grenadiers before they even get anywhere near close. So yeah, that was a really good move there by Varingo to ensure the longevity of his army pretty much, yeah. So that was actually pretty tactical when you think about it. Definitely. Looks like we'll be going to the first Chinese wave now too. So again, some of those nice natural resource Chinese workers. And what about Fiero? Will Fiero be spamming Patricios anytime soon? Yes, he will. He's got Patricios, and he's adding in some Infernales. So a bit of those Mound Pikemen as well. So that should be a good combination there, pretty much, yeah. Let's see what that's all about. Comes the Infernales. There we go. How many pastures is he on? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pastures. Might want to add some more in. He's got all his cards, right? Yep. Alright. That's good. These are not upgraded yet, right? Nope. What wonder did he get, by the way? He got the Pyongyang Gate. And he's shipping in 2 watches as well. It's neat to see these things in Age of Empires 2 finally. Yeah, to replace the Onagers for the Chinese civs. Some righteous fighters here. Basically Korean coyote runners statistically. How many archers? So about 21, right? Yep. Ah, fort right there. See, I feel like these spearmen are going to break right across. Yep, canceled out. Very smart move. Fort's going to go right here. Fort Ticonderoga. Yeah, they got to add some unique Peruvian fort names. Why are they all named after American stuff? I have no idea, actually. It's something that's existed since the release of the Perusive back in 2016, yeah, like around Christmas. They never gave Peru like actual Peruvian sounding fort names. Just used all the ones from the British, I think, like Fort Ticonderoga as well as ones like that. which makes absolutely no sense. So there is the watches. They're going to release a bunch of fire bolts into those infantry. And both the Patricio line as well as the Spearman Archer line are going to try to plow their way forward to keep pushing back their infantry, right? Yep. Spearmen wish they probably were there a few seconds earlier, then they could have gotten a much better siege on that fort, right? Looks like the Grenadiers are getting a pretty good volley there, taking out a Patricio, damaging most of them. Bernieros, though, are being chased by the Tigers, though. The Tigers is kind of changing the battle up pretty significantly. And here comes the Infernals now to charge down the infantry. These Guarani Cartuchomen are good because they have the Duke of Suffering ability, which means they slow down enemy units with their fear-invoking stuff. So, pretty good at prevent the Infernals from reaching them too fast. Yeah, too fast. Yep. It is what it is. Let me check some of this stuff. Alright, I gotta go do some worky stuff right now for my company, so that'll be enough casting for now. Next week we can do the Cerbero games, the two ones we didn't get to this week, and then whatever stuff you submit for next week as well. So yeah, that should be fun. Look forward to me casting those Age of Mythology games I was talking about, commentating on that STS racing, as well as trying out that Swiss mod for Definitive Edition, that Swiss Civ. That should be really fun, so yeah. Either way, see you next time on the next stream. Sign off now from this one. GG and well played, everybody that participated in these games.